Jimenez,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza, Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Ricardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you,
Cohen is here.
Yes.
Esparza's here.
Gotcha.
Okay, I think we got everybody now, right? Great. Thanks, everybody. If you're able to stand, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
and one nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Today's invocation will be provided by Gloria Arellano Gomez, a tribal secretary for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. And Councilmember Jimenez will tell us more.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also just to start off want to say or offer sincere apologies to Gloria. I think she was ready to go at 11 or so. And obviously we delayed and closed session took a little longer, Gloria. So sorry about that.
That's
But let me just give a brief introduction and get you going. Gloria E. Arellano Gomez is a member of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area and performs the duty of tribal secretary. As one of the speakers of her tribe's Muwekma Ohlone Chochenyo language, Gloria proudly sits on Muwekma Ohlone Tribe Language Committee and is proactive in the revitalization and utilization of the native Chochenyo language. Gloria has had the honor of giving opening blessings and land acknowledgements to her ancestral homeland at events throughout the Bay Area. She has also had the honor of saying prayers in her native Muwekma Ohlone Chochenyo language at many of those events. Gloria lives in San Lorenzo with her husband Jorge of 18 years and two daughters, Isabella and Georgina and Cormy. Gloria's daughters are her source of inspiration in the important work she does to preserve her Muwekma Ohlone tribe's language, culture, and heritage. Comprehensive genealogical analysis of baptism, death, and marriage records from the Dolores, Santa Clara, and San Jose missions, tracing the surviving Muwekma lineages back to their Aboriginal villages across the Bay Area. The Aboriginal homeland of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe is comprised of the Greater Bay Area, including Santa Clara County and Coyote Valley in District 2. Indigenous tribes have played a key role in the protection and preservation of ancestral lands and local natural resources, and it's my honor to introduce Gloria E. Arellano Gomez. Take it away.
Ishochekinan Councilmember Porchetuhi Kanakraka Gloria. I would like to offer land acknowledgement for the city of San Jose. I would like to begin by recognizing that while we gather in the city of San Jose, we are gathered on the ethnohistoric tribal territory of the Tamien Ohlone, which includes the lands of the Paleños, whose tribal region was named after the powerful chief Capitan Pala, and the two Mexican land grants located in the East Hills above San Jose, and who were related to the direct ancestors of the lineages enrolled in the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, who were missionized into missions Santa Clara, San Jose, and Dolores. The lands on which San Jose is established was and continues to be of significance for our Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Our Muwekma Ohlone ancestors constructed and maintained the three Bay Area missions. The city of San Jose extends to surrounding areas that held several tupentaks, which are traditional roundhouses, which were once located at the historic Lope Inigo land grant, Rancho Pozolmi y Positas de las Animas, which are also Marcelo Pio and Cristobal's land grant, Rancho Ulistac, which are places of celebration and religious ceremonies. Nearby ancestral heritage shell mounds served as the tribe's traditional cemetery sites and territorial monuments. As we gather in the land of my ancestral Tamien Ohlone, now called San Jose, it is vitally important that we not only recognize the over 10,000-year cultural history of this region on which we stand, but also recognize that the first people of this ancestral homeland, the Muwekma Ohlone people, are alive and thriving members of the San Jose and broader Bay Area communities today. The land on which the city of San Jose is established was and continues to be of significance for Muwekma Ohlone tribe. The city of San Jose also desires to honor the military service of the Muwekma men and women who have honorably served overseas during World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm, Iraq, and who are still serving in the United States Armed Forces today. Because of the tenacity and strength of our Muwekma ancestors and elders, our people have been able to keep our culture and language alive, and we have never left our indigenous traditional lands. Today, we actively repair the deep wounds of invasion and colonization and are focused on keeping our traditional culture strong while we work for a brighter future following in the footsteps of our ancestors. Thank you, and on behalf of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, we hope that you stand in solidarity with all indigenous people and our struggles to reverse the colonial legacies affecting all people of color in San Jose on their sacred lands of the Thamian Ohlone. Aho, Kishochekina. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you for that invocation, and thank you for the very important reminder that we are on the land of the Thamian Ohlone. All right, we'll move on then to the orders of the day. And I know there are several changes. First, I believe staff is requesting deferral of item 2.9, which is the amendment to the Mount 12 antenna site lease schedule for 2 weeks to the March 9th agenda. I'd ask any of my colleagues who'd like to raise their hands with other changes. I know that Councilmember Foley would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Patricia Trish Dowd, who was sadly the first member of our community, both here in our city as well as in the nation, lost to COVID. And Councilmember Foley, did you want to discuss the adjournment now or under the consent item?
Whenever you'd like. I do have a consent item I'd like to pull and review at the same, present at the same time. It has to do with the memorial for all those who've died from COVID. So they kind of go together. So I'd like to do those together if that's possible. And then I have a discussion item on orders of the day separate to that.
Okay. Why don't you raise the other item and then we'll come back to you, I think, for item 2.19. We can talk about Ms. Dowd and the other victims of COVID.
That's great. I appreciate that. You know, this is an agenda that has many important issues that will require a lot of discussions by us that could be lengthy conversations, lengthy topics. One such is item 10.5, which is the last item for the day. And that's the land use issue for Cambrian School District. That traditionally that is heard at the end of the day when we get to general plan amendments and such. But we've received over 1,000 letters from parents and community members, and I expect that we will have hopefully not 1,000 people speaking, but I do know that we will have students speaking children. This is a kindergarten through elementary school through 8th grade school district. And I would humbly request that we consider moving this up in the agenda to just after dinner to allow those kids to go to bed at a reasonable hour, and their teachers who will be present as well go to bed at a reasonable hour. And actually, I think we should consider this anytime we have an agenda item that we think we're going to have a lot of people speaking, that we should be flexible and move the agenda around to best capitalize on the opportunity to hear from as many people as possible. So I will make that motion now if it's appropriate.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second. So the item would be heard immediately after consent or after dinner. Is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilor Jimenez, you had your hand raised?
Yeah, Mayor, it's about another item for orders
Sure.
of the day. I'm not sure if that's appropriate now or.
Please, yeah, please.
Yeah, I was thinking, obviously there's, sort of piggybacking on what Councilmember Foley said, a lot of important items on this agenda. One of those being that I suspect is going to get a lot of public comments and a lengthy discussion from many of us. And it's item 8.2, the inclusionary housing ordinance. I think folks would agree that this is a complicated topic. I think there was even a memo that just came out, even just during the break from you, Mayor. I have yet to review it. What I was going to suggest is taking public comment today and deferring this 1 week so for further analysis into all the memos that were submitted.
Second.
Could I ask staff for a little feedback on that, just because I know that there are some issues relating to timing on that particular issue. And I'd like to at least address the concern, I think that's on everyone's mind, which is we've got a very a heavy agenda and we've got to get a lot done. There's some things we can do about that. But with regard to a deferral of inclusionary, I understand it does affect other issues. And so whether, I don't know if Jackie or Kim or Dave wants to speak.
Yeah,
And I
thank
was
you,
thinking
Mayor.
about a week, Mayor, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would be good. I don't know if I'm looking for Jackie or actually even Nancy to kind of talk through any concerns around deferral, even if it's just a week.
Could I suggest this? Could we get, when they're able to speak, we're going to hear the item either way, right, for public comment. And then perhaps at that time, then council can decide to defer. It'd just be good to hear from staff, because I understand there's some sensitivity on timing, and probably good to hear from them just before we take that portion of the motion. That'd be all right with you, Councilmember Menace?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. What I wanted to suggest, I know the Rules Committee has already proposed, I think it's coming to us next week, some limitation of time, which is a pretty soft limitation. I don't think it's a hard limitation. It's, I think that, correct me, if somebody on rules wants to correct me on this, I believe it was that every council member would be able to speak for 10 minutes on an item. In the first round, obviously, we get to everybody on the council, and then for any subsequent round of speaking, then would be limited to 5 minutes in succession of 5-minute increments. So apparently council members would not be set with a hard limit, but rather one that would require us to ensure that we all hear from each other. And so I would be quite willing to adopt that this week to give it a trial run. And I'd also be inclined to try to constrain the consent presentations to 3 minutes and public comment to 1 minute, so that we can get an awful lot done. I know this was originally scheduled 11 a.m. We're obviously already late because of the closed session. So that would be my suggestion for moving forward. And it doesn't need to be part of the motion, but certainly if my colleagues have concerns, I would want to hear from them, and then we can decide what should or shouldn't be in a motion. Councilmember Esparza?
Hi, Mayor. I do not support that effort, particularly given that this is a COVID item. I do support the idea of having the clock, but this is a very critical time for our community on COVID, and we have a number of COVID-related items, items that are fast moving and change from day to day. I just wanted to say I will not be supporting that, and I'll make a motion to not do that, but to have the clock to keep our time up so that we are aware that we have a lot to do today.
Second.
Okay, why don't we take the motions in order, because we have a motion first from Councilmember Foley, then we can perhaps come to your motion. That'd be all right, Councilmember Esparza?
Yes.
Okay. So on Councilmember Foley's motion, is there anyone who wants to speak, and then we'll come back to Councilmember Esparza's motion? Okay, Councilmember Kroska, you want to speak on Councilmember Foley's motion, is that right?
I just want a point of clarification. Was, excuse me, was Councilmember Foley's motion including the, was that the time limitation?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My apologies.
it's a separate issue. So we just want to at least get the orders of the day with regard to the items to be deferred and so forth. I see 3 hands, Council members Cohen, Peralta, and Esparza. Did any of you want to speak on Councilmember Foley's motion first?
Yes.
Okay. I think, was that Councilmember Cohen?
Yes. Just quickly, we had that time certain item on 10.2 for 8 o'clock. So I just want to be sure we're aware of that as we do this, just to make sure that we somehow figure out how to get this all fit in at the right time. So maybe we want to break for dinner at a time so that we can get maybe I do support Councilmember Foley's a rearrangement of the agenda, but maybe we want to make sure that our dinner break is early enough so that we can start this item early enough so that we can try to also meet our obligation to do the time certain 10.2 at 8 o'clock. So
Okay.
that we don't push that one back too late.
Well, we could break at 5:30.
Yeah, I think that's what I would suggest.
Okay. That's what we'll focus on. Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
I just wanted a clarification on this first motion, if we could first. Thanks.
Okay, I believe Councilor Foley can restate if I get it wrong, but I believe it was to hear item 10 point, oh boy,
5.
10 point, thank you, 10.5, got it, immediately after dinner.
Yes.
Turn from dinner. And then staff has recommended we defer item 2.9 for 2 weeks. And then we'll consider a potential deferral of the inclusionary item when that comes out. Okay, any questions, Councilmember Foss? No. You're muted right now, Councilmember Foss.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, no, that's understood. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sparson?
Yes, I will be supporting Councilmember Foley's motion, and I actually had a question. So this motion isn't just for 10.5. This would be to ask rules to consider to time certain similar items in the future. Is that correct?
No, just that doesn't, my motion doesn't reference any future time certain, although I'd support that too.
Okay, we don't need to play with the motions anymore. I'll just state my desire that in the future, if we could time certain some of these items, we all know which ones are going to garner a lot of neighborhood folks. And so if we can just time certain that, I appreciate Councilmember Foley moving this right after dinner. I think it's totally appropriate to do. Thank you.
Okay, then on Councilmember Foley's motion first, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mayhem,
Aye.
Jones. Aye. Ricardo.
Aye. Mr. Soto, I just saw your hand. Did you want to speak on this motion or the motion that Councilmember Esparza has made that we're about to consider?
Thank you for that, Mayor. I second what Councilwoman Esparza was saying, that we do know what items are going to garner debate, a very contentious debate on these issues, because our lives are literally being decided within the context of these types of meetings. So I really appreciate her suggesting that this happened at rules versus like at this particular point in time, because I'm ready to go. And so this is very confusing to me, but I defer to Councilwoman Foley in the reasons why she's doing this. And so I completely understand that. But from a citizen's perspective, this was very confusing. And those confusions can be mitigated by this conversation happening in rules, so that when we go, I got the agenda ready, boom, I got the memos ready, I'm ready to do what I do. So thank you for that, Mayor.
Thank you. Nancy?
Mayor, just wanted to speak to the request to delay the IHO. Delaying the IHO will have very significant impacts.
Nancy, let me stop you for a moment. We don't have that motion on now. We could certainly put it on when the IHO comes. If you want, I don't know if we want to reconsider that now or take it when the IHO comes. Councilmember Jimenez, I know you were the one who wanted to raise that issue.
Well, I would just say that if staff brings, if staff's perspective, and I don't know if Jackie's on the line as well, but if their perspective is now that it should be heard, because it's important as it relates to some of the timelines, and if they could just tell us that and we'll hear it. It's not a big deal to me. I just want to get clarity on what their thoughts are.
Okay, then Nancy, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. It would be incredibly difficult to delay, and we would, the delaying may be possible 1 week, but really we shouldn't delay any time in order to keep on schedule with the Downtown West project. We will not make our SOG dates, our planning commission dates, or our council dates, because it's all interlinked.
Okay. I don't know if Jackie's available to speak on this or not yet, but she may not be with us.
Yeah, Rachel Vanderveen is here, and
Oh, great. Hey, Rachel.
yeah, so I logged in too. So I would just my comments are consistent with Nancy's. We are prepared to discuss the item today, and if there is a delay, it just causes timeline crunches with
Okay.
with the other project.
Okay.
So Mayor, I'll retract my motion then.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
So I was just going to comment and agree that our COVID-related items shouldn't really be time limited. We've already had this discussion at Rules, and this is why I really wanted to keep this discussion at Rules so we don't take up time at Council. And I just want to share with the rest of our colleagues that this is a rules, open rules committee of the whole. So any one of you can come into Rules and request ahead of time a pre-scheduled time certain, or before 5, after 5. And I got to say, being part of the Rules Committee, we have been trying. Believe us, we have been trying. We've been trying to make it as time certain and being as cognizant as we can. But I'd love to have our colleagues help on doing some of those. They know their districts the best, and they know when they're getting a lot of emails or calls.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Councilmember Arenas has said. It's really important that we have clear expectations for the public, so that the Rules Committee gets all that information the Wednesday before, so the schedule can be set. And because obviously we've got many items of interest to the public: affordable housing, COVID, if we're just looking at today, as well as the land use items. And so obviously we want the members of the public to feel some confidence about the order of the event. So it's important for the Rules Committee to be hearing as much of that as possible in the first order. Okay, any other comments? All right, then the motion from Councilmember Esparza is to decline any of the, I guess what I called soft time limitations with regard to speaking, council members speaking on a particular item, that is the 10 minutes and the 5 minutes. Is that right, Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, and to show the clock instead.
Yeah, so we're showing the clock instead. So that's the motion, and Councilmember Esparza, there was a second, I believe. Any other comment on that? Let's vote on that item.
Ennis,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Garza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones. Aye. Ricardo.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then. We are now, excuse me, just gotten past the orders of the day. So I believe that takes us to a closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We don't have anything to report out of closed session today. Thank you.
Mayor, adjournment and my recognition of COVID.
Yeah, we're not on the consent calendar yet. We're just getting there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so next is on the consent calendar. I understand Councilmember Foley would like to pull item 2.19. Councilmember Arenas would like to pull item 215 and 216. And are there any other items to be pulled? Councilmember Davis?
2.2C to register a no vote.
Okay, could you just identify that so we're aware of which one it is?
It's the hazard pay.
Got it. Okay, thank you. 2.2C, Any other items? Okay,
Uh, I don't think I can vote on 2.2C either.
okay, you'll be recusing yourself.
That's the one I need to recuse myself on.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other items to be pulled? Okay, let's first take item 2.2C here out of order. Is there a motion on that item? Or does anyone like to be heard?
Move that we approve item 2.2C.
Second.
Okay, let's vote on that item.
Jimenez,
I'm sorry, just one moment. Mr. Soto?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is consent calendar.
Yeah, on 2.2C.
Okay, well, just on 2.2C, I want to reinforce my gratitude for the work that Councilman Jimenez has done on this hazard pay. The debate over it was illuminating. It was actually, I was actually surprised on how much push there was, but sometimes I like the fact that sometimes I can be surprised because it means that I still have faith in the value of some people claiming some sense of understanding of what the Chicano and what the Latino are experiencing in the community. And sometimes I get disappointed, but I'm glad that I can get disappointed because it means I still have faith in people. And so with that said, I'd also like to let you know that the lights of the people that are behind Councilwoman Davis's screen there, those are the lives that are going to be the beneficiaries of that hazard pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman? On 2.2.
Yeah, 2.2C, is that hazard pay or does that include
Yes.
the mobile home park also? It's just a hazard pay.
I believe C is just a hazard pay.
Okay, for the hazard pay issue, the County of Santa Clara is doing their own work on hazard pay issues today. You know, you guys all gave a real noble effort, and I mean, community-wise, and yeah, I mean, it's a lot to work out, and so thank you. With the county doing their work at this time, it just naturally dawned on me to why not work to really improve, you know, your beginning examples and ask the question, how can local government and large corporations pool their money and resources together to create hazard pay for, you know, small independent grocers and the workers who work there? I don't think it's that far of a stretch or reach, and but to say those words can be really tough sometimes. I think it can be a really good idea, and I think it just has to be put out there. It's just, it's obviously our good ideas, so just so it can be stated, so we can know what we can be working with. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote on 2.2C.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones. Aye. Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, 2.15 is the approval of Dental Health Awareness Day. I believe Councilmember Arenas would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we are all honoring different events and in this memorial and loving memory of those who have died. And so I'm okay if nobody puts our Dental Health Awareness Month because it's not as important as this memorial. So, but thank you to my colleagues who are joining me and in recognizing dental health awareness. As you know, and as children growing up, or some of us who have children, we understand the importance of dental health and how much having poor dental health decreases performance at school. And really there's about, I think, 51 million hours of school each year that is missed by our children due to dental related issues, as well as not being able just to concentrate and focus. And so that mainly comes from our low income families, as they're twice as likely to have untreated cavities and just experience overall health problems. And so this is why I do this every year. And thank you for joining me in doing this. We have wonderful health partners such as First Five and Healthier Kids Foundation, and they host a dental health fair every year with me at Catherine Smith Elementary School, and it's located right next to District 7. Please, Councilmember Esparza, invite all of your families as Wednesday, tomorrow, the 24th at 2:30, we're going to continue to promote how healthy habits and provide toothbrushes and toothpaste and a lot of really good, fun giveaways. And this is in part to First Five Healthier Kids Foundation and of course, K Smith. And so I just want to thank you for sharing this information with us and make sure that our children are continuing to drink water, as that is the theme of the month. And so thank you so much for this piece. And I'd just like to share a video if we have time, Mayor, from First Five and Healthy Kids Foundation.
Councilmember Reyes, I assume this isn't terribly long.
It is 1 minute long.
Great.
We can cut Otter the Otter if you like.
Who loves to brush and floss his teeth? Why, Potter the Otter. Potter brushes twice a day, every morning and every night, to keep his smile shining bright. Don't forget to floss before bedtime, little Otter. Potter puts a pea-sized amount of toothpaste on. Then he brushes in gentle circles while humming along to a 2-minute song. Let's brush our teeth so our smile is bright. Let's brush our teeth to keep them healthy and white. At bedtime, with his mouth full of foam, Potter spits out the toothpaste and rinses with water. Now it's time to floss, Potter the Otter. Let's
Mayor,
get
and
brushing.
if you like, we
It
can
keeps
cut
our
this
teeth
video
white.
short.
Let's.
I think we all
Okay.
have benefited from this lovely reminder. And if you'd like, we would love to send this video to you so you can post in your social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Love to. My teeth feel cleaner already.
Mine do too, tingly.
We have two members of the public, I believe, who want to speak on this item. Teresa Poon.
Hi, good morning, Mayor Liccardo and council members. I'm honored to represent First Five Santa Clara County and the First Five Commission. As you can see, Potter the Otter has been spreading the message that February is Children's Dental Health Month. Along with the drive-through event we have tomorrow with Councilwoman Arenas, we have 2 Potter videos about oral health that we've been promoting, one of which we saw in part of. At the end of that animation, our other video was mentioned, as well as its book about Potter visiting the dentist. The book was developed with our partners, the American Dental Association, the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and Healthier Kids Foundation. 5 copies of these books are on their way to each of you. And if you're interested in more copies, please don't hesitate to contact me. Now I'll turn it over to Kelsey from our Community Health and Wellness Initiative, and she'll tell you more about what First Five is doing to promote dental health for children in San Jose.
Thank you, Teresa. On behalf of our CEO, Jolene Smith, and the chair of our commission supervisor, Susan Ellenberg, First Five staff, and our community partners, we just want to express our gratitude to you, Mayor Liccardo, to Councilmember Arenas, and to the San Jose City Council for this proclamation and continued commitment to children's oral health. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has led to delays in dental care for many families, and so children whose dental problems could have been easily treated in the office setting may have had to wait to see a dentist, exacerbating both oral health need and disparities in many communities throughout the country, including ours. Since 2014, we've invested in the Healthier Kids Foundation Oral Health Screening Program, which has resulted in nearly 31,000 oral health screenings. Of those, 1 in 3 children have an urgent or emergency dental need and need to be referred to a dentist for follow-up treatment. Again, we're very appreciative for all of you for your continued commitment to oral health as an important public health priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelsey Pennington.
She just spoke, Mayor, so we're all done now.
Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I misread. Thank you very much. Okay, then we'll move forward then on item 216. I believe also Councilmember Arenas.
Hey, I did have my hand up just briefly on that item.
Oh, forgive me, Councilmember Perales.
Super brief. Want to say thank you to Councilmember Arenas. It was 2 years ago that she first. Well, I don't know if it was first, but when I caught on the dental health awareness, and my son was almost 6 months, and that's where I learned that actually that's the perfect time to take your child in for their first dental visit. He has since been, and it was the encouragement, believe it or not, from Councilmember Arenas, and so I really want to say thank you. I think when we do some of these things, we don't recognize the influence they may have. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Potter's spirit lives on. Okay. Item 216 is the retroactive approval of Saka Nakadar International Global Awareness Day. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Councilmember Ranch?
Oh, you almost had that correct. It's Saka Nakadar. This is an International Global Awareness Day. In 1986, 4 unarmed Sikh students were killed by state police during a peaceful protest. This is in the 80s. But as you know, just recently, we have seen violent protests in India to repeal legislation around farming sector and market reforms. And so it touches home once again for many of the folks in my district. And like I said, this happened 35 years ago. This is really remembering the lives of students, which most of the time we see them braving their face in a protest and out in our streets, as we've seen last year. And this has been come to be known as Saka Nakadar International Global Awareness Days, and it's recognized every February 4th. So thank you for doing this retroactively. These extrajudicial killings violated freedom of peaceful assembly protections that are recognized and codified by the UN, including Article 5 on human rights defenders in Punjab, India. And so the families continue to seek justice and accountability, including a fellow family neighbor in Evergreen. And those who exercise their rights to peaceful protest should not be target of this kind of violence, leaving a particularly painful absence in the lives of their loved ones and their communities all around. And so I just wish for us to remember their names today. And they are Ravinder Singh, Balder Singh, Jalman Singh, and Harminder Singh. And so Dr. Harinder Singh of Stanford University and the brother of one of the victims couldn't make it today, but asked me if I could please read a portion of his letter. And so I will try to make this as quick as possible, as I know that we have a lot of things on our agenda. This is now from Dr. Singh. I can never forget that dreadful day, teary eyes of my dad, cries of my mother, brother, sister. The neighborhood rushed to our house in anger and in tears. It was as if a bolt of lightning out of the sky had struck us. I remember my dad rushing to the city of Nakadar with my uncles, and then later at night when they returned, we were told that the police didn't allow them to enter curfew-bound city. But Chief Minister had assured my grandpa, head priest of Takat Sri Geshrat Sahib, that the police would hand over the dead body of my brother and others to the family for cremation. After identifying my brother, my father claimed the body, but police tricked him by sending him to another police station to get permission. And while he was away, whisked away bodies of all 4. The police, after declaring them unidentified and unclaimed, used kerosene fuel to burn the bodies of all 4 in a single pile while the families pleaded for the bodies of their loved ones. When records of the incident and related police reports were requested under the Right to Information Act, the police responded by saying they had no record of such incident. It appears that the local police had destroyed all evidence. And nothing has changed in the last 35 years. Not a single perpetrator of this atrocity has been brought to justice. And so this is the 35th year anniversary of this atrocity and is being presented to the international communities of Saka Nakadar Global Awareness Campaign to highlight the denial of justice. which is really all what it comes down to. So thank you so much to everybody for creating this kind of awareness as this happens throughout the whole world, as we have seen here and in current events. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have several members of the community who'd like to speak. Jatinder Singh.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Council Member, for bringing it up. I'm actually Harinder's younger brother. And thanks for reading out what you did. All I want to add is we've been fighting for justice for 35 years. In the courts, we approached every level of government, state government, even up to the president of India. And till this day, we have not been able to get justice. And what I want to add is government had its own judicial inquiry into this case, and it squarely blamed the police and said the actions they took were unnecessary and unjustified. And what we're trying to do is raise this global awareness so that nothing like this happens to somebody else again. You may think your voices are small, but every little voice makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Sukhdev Bainawal. Sukhdev, it appears that your device is muted. Your computer is on mute. There you go.
Can you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
Honorable Mayor and Councilwomen Renes and all the other members. Thanks for making Saka Nakoder an international aware event in the city of San Jose to commemorate the 4 innocent, peaceful protesters that gave their lives on February 4, 1986. I am proud of being a San Jose citizen where we stand against injustice and we stand for human rights. So I am again hoping the Indian government will provide justice to the 4 innocent that lost their lives on that day. And thanking again the council for bringing this up and making this awareness throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Soto?
First of all, I'd like to say that I stand in solidarity with the gentleman that spoke about his relative. In fact, it is for that type of suffering within the context of a people challenging their government to stand true to the principles in which they espouse so eloquently from the podium. But when we as a people challenge that these are the results of it. So I understand because I'm a Chicano. And being a Chicano in San Jose, just by that word alone, I understand. I completely understand. I cannot thank you enough, Councilwoman Arenas, for bringing this to the fold. I'm glad that I'm here so that I can connect compassionately with the Señor's pain and to compassionately move and hope that that spirit of compassion can permeate the entire discussion that we're about to have today. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I was moved to want to speak on this item myself today. Thank you for it. And it was a good learning experience just to understand the situation. I think farming issues are an important issue in this country at this time. We're going under a reformist effort in farming that important new ideas in farming are beginning to take place. And I hope those efforts we can work to continue those efforts if they're needed in India at this time. And just overall, just thank you for a good learning experience with this item. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, returning to council, let's move on then to the final consent item that was pulled. Councilmember Foley, this is the COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for using their virtual background today in memory of those who have passed or have suffered under COVID. The first Monday in March has been designated as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day by local governments across the country. Just yesterday, our country surpassed 500,000 deaths related to COVID. As of this morning, total deaths in Santa Clara County are approaching 1,750. Those numbers are huge and astounding and horrific. COVID-19 is an illness caused by a virus that can transmit from person to person and has spread across the world, creating a global pandemic that is having catastrophic effects on human life, our community, our culture, and our economy. To mitigate the spread of COVID, observance of public health orders to social distance and stay at home have created challenges for small businesses, workers, and schools, which are working to comply with limited resources. School districts, teachers, students, and parents are grappling with the challenges of distance learning and working to prevent any potential learning loss due to not being taught in person. Each life lost to COVID-19 mattered and leaves a hole in the hearts of loved ones, family members, and the surrounding community. COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on low-income communities and communities of color, exacerbating inequities already prevalent in our systems that we must address as a city and as a nation. The symptoms and severity of COVID-19 can vary dramatically by individual, and the long-term health implications for survivors is largely unknown, as many survivors suffer with lingering side effects of the disease long after they no longer test positive. Thus far, approximately 100 cities have issued local proclamations in support of this endeavor to designate March 1st as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. By doing so, we too remember the victims, survivors, volunteers, first responders, and frontline workers impacted by COVID-19. Hope is on the way. Those lost or victimized by this virus during this period of time will not be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to members of the community. Mr. Soto.
Yes, Councilwoman Foley. I'd like to address what Councilwoman Carrasco had stated yesterday in the committee meeting, and she stated that the altar for the Chicanos, for the Mexicanos, for the Latinos in our community, that our Dia de los Muertos altars are going to be large, exponentially larger this year. And I'm going to be there to record it. I'm going to be there to record this, and which is why that there has to be a degree of morality and ethics that informs city government legislation. You know, having Councilwoman Davis have that acknowledgement of this many deaths behind her, and then vote against fortifying those people that she says that she is empathetic towards, and then voting in a way that would remove their ability to be solvent. This is the hypocrisy, and it needs to stop.
Mr. Beekman.
Hi, I'm very hopeful in what President Biden's words yesterday, and this whole process we're going through right now. I'm thankful. Maybe that's a better word. And yeah, what we can be working for in the next 6 months and year. And it's my hope that what we can come out of this, the whole COVID experience is, we really learn how to address ideas of positive sustainability. I mean, we've been talking about this subject matter long before COVID-19, and it just needs to be some of our first steps out of the era of COVID-19, I feel. And if we do that, if we address the future of our social planning, our large-scale social planning, in terms that that we don't have to harm ourselves to reach our important goals, I think that will be saying and doing a lot. And I think those are the kind of things we have to be considering at this time of mourning. And I hope we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley, I believe you also wanted to offer a few words about Trish, is that right?
If this is an appropriate time, it would be good timing segueing into it.
Yeah, this would be the time.
Okay, great. This meeting will be adjourned in the memory of Patricia Trish Dowd, who passed away on February 6, 2020. Oh, that picture makes me cry. Patricia was a District 9 resident, a loving mother, a rock for her friends and family, and will always be remembered for her generosity and kind spirit. She's the first known coronavirus-related fatality in the United States, but this is not what defines her life to her, her friends, or her beautiful daughter, Kayla there. Patricia was just 57 years old, active, and in really good health. Her sudden passing was a huge shock to those close to her. She worked as a manager at Lamb Research, and she was a frequent world traveler, both for business and pleasure. And her daughter, Kayla, remembers fondly taking a trip with her mom to Italy. It's one of the brightest memories that she has of her mom, and I know she will carry those memories with her wherever she goes. She's described by family and friends as hardworking, loving, caring, compassionate, authentic, humorous, positive. Her smile would light up in a room. And I can tell you by talking to Kayla, Kayla emulates this as well. They have a spirit that just permeates the world around them. And even though it was a phone call conversation with Kayla, I could feel the love and joy she had from her mom, but also, of course, the horrible sadness in losing her in too young. She's the person, the energy person in her large network of friends, just to quote some other people. I'll always remember the kindness and generosity of her spirit. She was genuinely caring and had an amazing energy, said a co-worker of Trish's. She loved reading, scrapbooking, traveling, going to movies, wine tasting, and most important, spending time with family and friends. She had many high school friends who reached out to Kayla after her death and are more like aunts and sisters to her or mothers to her, along with her mom. She'll always be remembered for her beautiful smile and infectious laugh. She's survived by her loving husband, Dean, and her daughter, Kayla. My heart goes out to the Dowd family and Cabello family. May Trish rest in peace. I know she is dearly missed by all who knew and loved her. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. All right, thank you for that memorial. All right, let's.
I believe Councilmember Carrasco had something she wanted to say about Mrs. Dowd as well.
Yes, Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Actually, you spoke very eloquently, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate you recognizing the loss of life of so many across the country, and of course, locally, we mourn with the families, and we recognize the great sacrifice actually to our local areas. But of course, the beautiful picture that you just put up really speaks volumes to what it means at a very, very intimate and very personal level, to have someone that is so closely lost to us can never be replaced. And so as we mourn the loss of those we love, let us not forget that they are our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, our sisters. They are individuals who are not just a number or a statistic. They are individuals who have made all the difference in the world in our personal lives, but also collectively have built this city. And so I want to thank you for bringing this forward. And I want to also just remind all of us that as we're rolling out the vaccine program, this really is the only hope that we have now to somehow get back to what we consider to be a normal part of life. But more importantly, it is really going to be the only thing that could potentially save us from greater grief and greater loss. And that loss is something that will never be replaced. Will never be replaced. No more pictures, no more travel, no more beautiful moments that can be shared. And so I urge everybody that as we continue forward, that we continue our advocacy, that we just don't let up, and that we make sure that we remember that beautiful face that we just saw and those beautiful moments that we know can never be recaptured. So thank you again, Councilmember Foley. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we'll entertain a motion then for all the consent items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Foley. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. To start at your passing of your ordinances, I think it is that you passed, you know, like the mobile park moratorium, temporary moratorium on the mobile park and issues like that around COVID. You know, just to speak more about COVID, just to once again remind, COVID, you know, is not the fault of everyday people. And I think we really have to, you know, I'm making it a personal decision to speak about it and say that, you know, we don't have to be held, you know, to its debt burdens because we're not guilty of anything. COVID-19 is a creation from something it makes us all uncomfortable. Local government, state government, even federal government, they've done a good job. You know, they know this language. They know this is exactly why we're getting the breaks that we are and the rent forgiveness that we are. It's imperative, important to make that extra step when needed, you know, for rent forgiveness ideas. And to really, the key to all of this is that, you know, COVID-19 is not our fault. And we.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beekman. All right, let's vote on the consent calendar. Mr. Cohen, I'm sorry, Councilman Cohen, forgive me.
Just briefly, I wanted to thank Councilmember Foley for your remembrance and also for mentioning Patricia Dowd and adjourning on her behalf. A little over a year ago, she was a coworker of mine at Land Research, a manager like I was at that company. We didn't know she had passed away, you know, why she had passed away. In fact, it wasn't until April that we found out after the fact that had been the reason for it. So it was sort of a retroactive that she had been the first casualty in the country from COVID-19. And it was sort of showed us just how widespread COVID had become because she hadn't, even though she traveled a lot, she hadn't traveled in the time before she had contracted the virus. So we knew then just how widespread the virus had already become. And that was sort of a signal of just how serious it had been. We didn't know in February that the virus was as serious as it was, although we had clearly some signals that it was coming. But thank you for adjourning on her behalf and appreciate this remembrance today. It's a sad milestone that our country has now passed, and it's important for us to keep in mind all of the people that we have lost, and hopefully we're on the mend and we're going to continue this downturn that we're on in terms of number of new cases, and we'll continue to be on the path of healing.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, let's vote now on the consent calendar.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales, Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. We now are on to item 9.1, which is a second amendment to the agreement with Jones Hall for General Counsel Contracting Authority. I believe I need to convene the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Jose. So we're going to convene the successor agency at this time for this item. I don't believe there's any staff report. Is that right? Okay. Is there any comment or motion on this item 9.1?
Move approval.
Second. Councilmember Foley with Vice Mayor seconding. Let's vote. I see no public comment.
Jimenez? Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Aye.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3.1 is a report of the city manager. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
All right, we're going to take on, I know, specific items related to COVID shortly. Item 3.10 is report on request for proposal for as needed cybersecurity products and services. I don't see any, I'll ask if there are any members of the public who would like to speak on this item 3.10, the request for proposal for cybersecurity products and services. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. You've made this a regular item for today's agenda. I'm waiting for my speech to come in and it's slowly coming. Here we go. Open public policy ideas and accountability are ideas of better reason, democratic practices at the local community level. These are ways to work towards and address ideas of peace and ask for an end to continual war. To trust the sharing of open public policy ideas is our dependable, well-structured practices of good democracy that can help address and ease the tensions of cybersecurity and its deep warlike needs of secrecy. Thank you for this item. You know, there is a future where cybersecurity can be actually an open public policy process. That's an incredible concept to consider. There's really good work going on in Eastern European countries right now that is specifically designed to invite the public as a way to kind of ease the tension to the cybersecurity warfare that's going on. So thank you for making this a full item. Within our own city government, you're looking for a new cybersecurity privacy policy officer, possibly. There is a way to just simply delegate power to, you know, the civic innovation team. But, you know, I always wanted there to be an open public policy officer and to be working on open public policy issues. There's that, there's privacy policy, there's cybersecurity, and then there's that person works as a go-between for KIP, basically, and civic innovation staff. And so it's kind of an all, you know, it has to be an everything included purpose if you hire again. Don't just hire for a cybersecurity, you know, specificity, you know, really, everything has to be an open public process for our future. That is just our future. I talked about it yesterday. You know, it is a shared future. It is not government handing down the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. The way I interpreted what Blair was talking about is that we are setting in place an infrastructure that is unprecedented in human history. We don't have any rule book, and we're asked. You're asking a lot of us to interact with this invisible security system because it goes through the different microwave spectrums, so you can't see it. It's invisible, and so this is an infrastructure that you're introducing into the city along with 5G technology. See, and that is going to be a necessary component to Google. You see, because Google is going to have the largest supercomputer quantum computing system literally in the world, right there in the most red line district in this city. Okay. And so What that means is that the computing power of this AI technology to communicate through the 5G system that is going to blanket our city, and that's going to be tentacled out all throughout because it's going to be communicating with cars. See, because what basically you're doing is you're wanting to set an infrastructure in place so that the quantum computing power of Google can communicate. So this is fundamentally what it is. The specifics are just the geek stuff, the kind of stuff that Kip likes. Okay, but what I'm talking about is I understand what it's going to do, and I understand how it's going to function within the larger context of the city. And so what I would like personally, what I'm requesting, is that we be given presentations that, with respect to this type of technologies becoming a part of the overall infrastructure of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I believe there was a motion. Is that right? 3.10.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, let's vote.
Ennis,
Aye.
Perales, Cohen,
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Perales is aye. Apologies.
thank you. Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I just want to add a thank you to Marcelo Pareto and Rob Lloyd for their great work and really helping us make up for some very large deficits in cybersecurity in recent years. Okay, we're on to item 3.4, which is the approval of the issuance of a tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue note. This is regarding the financing of Arya apartment. And Rachel, is there any presentation on this?
No, we don't, but we're available for any questions you might have.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there a motion or question? I'll go to the public. Mr. Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I have one question. The memo says Housing Associates, a California nonprofit, not for profit. Doesn't say nonprofit. It says not for profit corporation to finance the construction and development of an 87-unit multifamily development known as ARIA. Okay, what I'd like to know is who comes up with these averages, because the average housing structure for these income levels is 84. I've done the math. So the average is 84. I want to know who comes up with that number. Why is that the number of the average? Because you don't go above 90 and you don't go below 80. So that's number one. Number two is that make a determination that is consistent with government code. The property can be leased without first offering the property to the public for any other use, since the property will be used to provide housing affordable to persons with low or moderate income. What I'd like to see in these memos is the actual delineation of what those income levels are. And by the time this gets built, those numbers are going to be changed. So what you're doing is you're locking those numbers here in place now, but because of inflation and the natural gentrification process that is going to happen, talk to any sociologist, psychologist, or economist, and they will tell you that the numbers that you're using now with regard to the passage of these proposals is going to differ at the actual time that it has become materialized. And so those are my only two questions on that, is that where did that number come from? And why is the information with regard to the income levels put there and forecast in the future so that we can get a better understanding who's going to occupy them? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that there was some miscommunication around duration of public comment. So we're going, because of the substantial number of items we have to resolve this evening, we're going to go to 1 minute public comment, I think, going forward. All right, then, there was a motion, is that right? Not quite.
Yeah.
I don't think motion.
I didn't get the motion.
Yeah, I didn't get one either.
Move
Councilmember
approval.
Wallace.
Second.
Great, there's a motion and a second now. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, next item is 3.5, which are elevators and PAB and PAC buildings, upgrade and rebid project. There's no staff presentation item. Are there any comments from members of the public on this? These are actions related to the PAB and PAC public elevators upgrade rebid project. Mr. Soto.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm getting like a really like this is a trip to see how this stuff works out in rules and then how it comes here to the committee, because I'm going to both meetings, so I'm coming with the perspective that if you weren't in that meeting, you don't know really what I'm talking about. This is kind of confusing, but anyways, the with respect to the developers factoring in these costs so that the city resources and the fire departments are not hampered with their ability to do what it is that they need to do. You know, so because this conversation involved fire departments, the regular average citizen wouldn't assume that, but yet here we are. You know, we're talking about elevators, but yet fire department. So all of these kinds of issues, we really need to start putting more pressure on the developer to start picking up some of these costs so we don't waste time in these kinds of meetings dealing with their issues.
Okay, Mr. Beekman?
Hi, I wanted to offer something similar to what Paul Soto offered. There was a meeting, I think either in Pispis or Rules last week about the work of the fire department in high-rise buildings, and they're not going. They have to go through a bunch of new hoops, basically, to make sure that there's safety practices because developers in the city couldn't reach an agreement together about safety procedures on the higher levels of floors in high-rise buildings. You know, I'm worried about that, and I'm happy that you're structuring an inclusionary fee process that can be regular. The same needs to be done with safety issues for high-rise buildings, and it's just a shame that developers can't figure that out and work that out, and I hope we can do that in the coming months and years. Thanks.
Thank you. Just for purposes of clarification for the public, this is actually not the item. I think there's been some confusion or conflation of this item with other issues relating to high-rise safety issues and firefighters. This is merely for the replacement of elevators in the police administration building and the police administration communications building. So that is what we're considering right now. Matt, I did have a quick question about this because, you know, I know that when we were working on Measure T a couple of years ago and putting that whole plan together, I was hoping that maybe there'd be some money for the reconstruction of the entire PAB, because I know this building is sort of holding on by a thread and we've got a lot of capital replacement needs there. I think it was $20 million when we estimated it last, and I'm guessing that number's only grown. Do we have a sense of just how much we're going to pour into this building before we decide it's time to demo or find a better approach?
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, for the question. Matt Cano, Director of Public Works. Yes, we are tracking a small, relatively small portion of the Measure T public safety reserve to be spent on the police administrative buildings. Right now, we have not formally allocated how much of the reserves with the mayor and city council yet. I can say that we're estimating it's going to be between the $5 and $12 million range, depending on how that we may have available to invest in these buildings, depending on how successful we are at delivering the rest of the public safety Measure T projects within our budget commitments. So that 5 to 12 million range that I mentioned that we're hoping to use of Measure T reserves in these buildings is, as I think you're alluding to, is not going to be enough to replace the buildings. It's going to be, as you can see, the elevators, 4 of the elevators alone are $3 million. It will be enough to do some, the most critical repairs over the next 5 to 7 years. Right now we don't have any near or long-term funding plan to replace these buildings. So our plan is to just right now to keep them going for as long as we can and replace the critical equipment the best we can.
Okay. Well, thanks, Matt. I know this is not an easy one, but I'm hoping maybe we can talk more offline about whether that might be opportunities with redevelopment of Lot E and so forth to generate revenue to help us rebuild what is going to come due sooner or later, I know. Okay, any other comments or questions? We'll take a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Let's vote, please.
Inez,
Aye.
Hollis,
Aye.
Owen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, thank you. Item 3.6 is the annual report on Measure T. Speaking of Measure T, relating to the public safety and infrastructure general obligation bond program proceeds and allocations. We do have a presentation on this, Matt.
Yes, thank you, Matt Kainer, Director of Public Works again. Today we are presenting the annual voter required Oversight Committee report financial audit on Measure T. I just want to thank our dedicated Citizens Oversight COC members, the Finance Department, Auditor's Office, and the CS Ginny and O'Connell accounting firm for a lot of work that they've put into this. One thing I did want to note is that this is a financial report primarily as of last fiscal year ending June 2020. So the financial report does have some updates on specific project information, and a lot of that is outdated because it's the end of last fiscal year as of June. I'm happy to answer any updated status of any projects that you have today. And with me today to provide the presentation is our COC Chair, Gary Cunningham, and our Vice Chair, Arjun Batra. And I wanted to say that they have some recommendations, and conceptually staff is very aligned with the recommendations and appreciative of the process improvements being recommended by the COC. And with that, I'll turn it over to Gary Cunningham for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, council members, thank you for providing the Oversight Committee with the time to present this overview of the Measure T Community Oversight Committee findings. Vice Chair Batra and the committee have developed the overview. Vice Chair Batra will provide the overview, and I'll have some closing remarks at the end. Vice Chair Batra.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and council members. You have recently received San Jose Community Oversight Committee Measure T annual report for fiscal year 2019-2020. This report was signed by Gary Cunningham, our chair of the committee, and it was dated January 25th. Today, we are going to present a part of that report, which is showing you the underlying methodology we use for performing the oversight, the vital findings which we discovered by doing that methodology, and the key recommendations to make the oversight more timely, effective, and helping us win the status and the trust of the community in the bond funds in general. This is the next slide, please. It is highly appreciated that you decided to have an oversight committee to engage the community in this oversight work. And by there, you can also win the trust of those people that the money is being spent at the right places for the projects which it was intended. And you chartered us with two roles, which we take it very seriously. One is to provide the oversight. that the measure funds are spent or expended for the purpose they were expended, desired to be expended. And the second one, which is equally important, is to inform the council and the community of the results of those expenditures and have the community have faith in whatever money they are giving through the bond funds. Okay. 17 members of the community have stepped up to perform this oversight work. 3 slots which were originally seen to be available are still unoccupied, but the 17 members have worked hard to do this activity to perform the oversight. And that's the report we are presenting today. Aziza, next slide, please. As Matt said, that this is a fiscal report in a way for the fiscal year 2019 to 2020. So these are the funds which were expended till June 2020. And hence, you will see that the discussion is about the $52 million, 200,770, which were expended on these 5 categories of infrastructure projects. We do have a recommendation in our later point where we try to bring this report more timely so the status and the money reflected is of the recent past, not of 8 months ago. Aziza, next slide, please. So the committee has produced a comprehensive report, which has got 11 sections and 4 attachments. 3 of those attachments are the data which was used for performing the analysis and created the 4th topic or the 4th attachment, which is called the oversight project item comparison matrix. And that is the one which helped us draw the conclusions which we are going to tell you here. But we used the audited report and the information available about the project status and what the expenditure was made on. Those reports were the normal reports produced by the various departments of the city, and those were used as an input, which helped us create this 11 section report, which is available in detail to you in writing. But we'll touch upon the couple of things in more detail as we move to the next slide. Aziza, next slide, please. The underlying methodology in performing the oversight, we have created a Measure T project item comparison matrix. This matrix basically lists every project which is part of the Measure T funded, what category it belongs to, and then for each one of those projects, what was the planned expenditure for 2019-2020, what was the actual expenditure, what was expected to be achieved from these expenditures, and what is the total expenditure for this project type for the life of this project. And then a new piece of data which was created by the Department of Public Works on our request, that taking the snapshot of the project, where it is, what you have already spent, where, how much has been done, estimate how much more money will you need to complete the project in its original scope, because that tells us whether there is going to be enough funds for this project or overall funds, and hence the column of the delta. This is the fundamental piece of our analysis we did, and as a result of this one, we have drawn some very meaningful conclusions which look very positive as I get to that stage. Next stage, please. Next slide. Okay, so the 3 conclusions which we have drawn. Number 1, there's at least one project in every one of the 5 categories for which the Measure T funds have been collected. The traffic, public safety, storm sewer, municipal improvements, parks and community facilities. Not all projects have been started in every category, but at least one has been started in every category. The second portion which we drew from conclusion from that matrix which we created is that there will be enough funds available to complete all projects, whether initiated or not initiated, which are within the scope of the Measure T one fund. So that's a very positive conclusion as well. The third one, again, looking at the status of the projects, how far they have progressed, what remains to be done. Based on the estimates provided by the Department of Public Works, it looks like we are on track for completion of all initiated and not initiated projects in the original Measure T timeframe. So the Measure T program seems to be solidly moving forward, both in expenditures, both in scope of work, both in time of completion of the projects. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of making sure that the communications on this project are more timely and are available to both the council as well as to the community, we have made some recommendation that the status of this, number one, is that every district, when they have a meeting with their community, have a member of the COC be present to present this very findings which we have reported here to the community, so that the community can believe that their Measure Fund T funds are being used properly and they're being used efficiently and the way they were intended. So this will help us win the confidence of the community. We also have requested that the Project T projects be wherever they're being done, they should have a sign indicating that these are projects being done under the money funded by Project Measure T. Okay, so that again the community can see that their dollars are at work. Third one is to create a public website to show all the projects which are in the Measure T funded and what their status is. So that way people can see that status continuously, that the things are really happening with their money, rather than just getting a one-time snapshot at the end of the year or 8 months after the financial year has closed. Okay. And the other one is that not every project is going to benefit or is going to be located in every district. We have requested that for every project, we should identify the relevance of the district in which the project is either located or benefits or involvement is there, so that the districts, every district can see if they are getting the benefit of Measure T fund. Some projects will be citywide and hence there would be no relevance required. That's fine. We just put the citywide relevance, but the other where there is a local relevance, we should put that on there so that the district can see that they are getting a share of the Measure T activities in there. Okay. To perform the oversight more effective, one of the things we were originally told was there were 2 meetings a year planned for the COC, and we found that that wasn't going to be sufficient to do the work. We have requested Aziza, who is helping us with all this work, to schedule more meetings so that the COC can actually dig into the work and get the status updates and get the website updated and things like those, so that there will be more meetings. The other thing is that the COC report, as you are seeing being presented today in February, when the financial year closed in June, we have requested that the data be available sooner so that we can produce, and our meeting be scheduled such that we can work with this data earlier and provide you a more timely report than have a lag time of 8 months in this process. Okay, and let me move to the next slide for a second. Okay, I want to acknowledge that this comprehensive report, this analysis, is only possible because of the extreme cooperation we received from the Director of Public Works Department, Finance Department, who clarified all the audited report, which we had questions on. And we want to express our special thanks for the outstanding support we have received from Aziza in performing this work, scheduling the meeting, getting the data, getting the attachments, and getting a time on the agenda of the council. Okay. We also, chair and the vice chair, want to acknowledge for the COC member, the 17 members who have stepped up to do the work, for their very active participation and giving a high attendance, and also giving excellent suggestions how they would like to see the community receive this information, what information they should receive, how we should improve our operations. So overall, thanks to the 3 communities involved in this thing. And now I want to acknowledge that the city council obviously giving us time on the agenda is showing that they really care and value the opinion of the COC, which they created for this purpose. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arjun.
Part
Thank
of
you
my
very much.
presentation. Any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you very much for the presentation. Let's go first to members of the community. And I want to thank Gary Cunningham, who's chairing the group, and Arjun Batra, who took a break from his career at Intel to help serve with the city as a Fuse Fellow, I believe, and everybody on the Oversight Committee who's ensuring that we're spending our dollars wisely. This is the largest bond measure in city's history, and so certainly we want to make sure that taxpayers get their money's worth. Mr. Beekman?
Hi. It was my understanding with Measure T Oversight Committee that, they would need a bit of time to settle into their good accounting practices, and that's what this seems to be offering at this time. And it's from that, what's supposed to be able to grow from this process is the idea of good public oversight with technology, and they can have some sort of voice to monitor, technology that will be asked of Measure T. And, it can be a place the public can go to ask some questions about the technology in Measure T items. How is that going? And, do we need to consider, there's 3 boards in San Jose that's working on technology practices. Maybe we should count on those 3 boards in the future as technology oversight that this city desperately needs, and that we need to be talking about it for the future, for the public and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto.
Yes, my request is that this gentleman help with all the other types of offices. How thorough that was and how detailed it was. There was a clear understanding from his point of view what it is that we need as the public in terms of information. If we're going to vote for something, this is the reasons why we need these things documented, and we need them documented very clearly and concisely, and so that we can metabolize them, so that we can make informed decisions with regard to the way that we are going to either move within certain circles or in the way that we are going to challenge our government. And that's what a democratic process is about. Democratic process in the First Amendment is rooted in the ability to redress grievances. Now, I won't have anything to grieve if the process that he just engaged in is not duplicated across departments. I mean, wow, I've been doing this for a couple of years. I haven't heard somebody that sensitive and that understanding and comprehending what it is that I, as the citizen, needs to know from my government about what they're doing, how they're doing it, why they're doing it, who they're doing it with, and what the end goal is. Because sometimes what we need in your goals are inconsistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Oops, so sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I also want to just echo that wonderful presentation, and thank you for all the work from all of the board members that oversee our Measure T money that have allowed for the last year to continue to repair many of our streets throughout our neighborhoods. And so I recognize that there's a lot of work that has been done, and their oversight is absolutely important to this. One of the things that really caught my eye and my ear was their recommendations. And I think this was recommendation, oh gosh, I lost track of it, but I think it was the recommendation number 10. I might be wrong, but it was the recommendation to figure out how much is being spent in each of our respective districts. And I know that there is a commitment to look at this with the equity lens. And so, you know, I started asking myself, like, what are some of the projects that are being completed outside of just, you know, not just because this is huge, but all the street repairs, which is wonderful. My residents always have something great to say when their streets look better, right? Unfortunately, it's the same streets that create a lot of donuts and sideshows. Anyways, and I think some of the LED lights, I know that those are two things that are really citywide, and so I recognize that everyone is benefiting from that. But I'd really like to see the breakdown of what those projects are in each of the respective districts. I think I only caught for mine, there was a bridge, and then my team further got some information, and it was this bridge near Yerba Buena and San Felipe, which is something that our families use all the time. It's near a park. It gets great use. And so it was really nice to see that piece. So I know we're just accepting a report, but I'd love to see how are you going to adopt those recommendations, Matt? Or do you have an idea in terms of how you're going to, or I think you might be okay with most of these recommendations as you brought them forward to share with us.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilman Arenas. Yes, we're gonna, some of these recommendations will be incorporated into our twice yearly Measure T status reports. So our next Measure T status report is in May or June. Some of these recommendations are more relevant to the actual annual COC fiscal audit, and so they'll be incorporated as part of that process. But on a conceptual level, we may want to wordsmith a little bit of it, but on a conceptual level, we're comfortable with all the recommendations directed at staff. There is one recommendation more for the council members that is just asking to be included in additional community meetings, and we'll look for opportunities to facilitate that inclusion at our staff level.
Perfect. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the report, and it sounds like you already have in action, or you anticipate to present the second part of how these recommendations are going to be implemented, or an update in May. So,
yes, we could include a update on these recommendations in more detail in our May report.
Perfect. I look forward to it. I know that we don't have a lot of money for many of our projects across our city, but it's always wonderful when we actually have a solid source, and this source has given us so much so far. And so I want to thank you and your team for the work that you do to allow for the maximization of these resources. So thank you so much, Matt. And that's my motion, if I can get a second, hopefully.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I want to add my thanks to both the Community Oversight Committee and also the Public Works Department for all their work on Measure T. And I know, Matt, you were a very good steward of the public dollars, and I do appreciate that as well. So I'm echoing Councilmember Arenas' thanks. I did want to ask about one item on attachment 2 of the COC report, the item 9.1.3. It says that that city staff is preparing an agreement with PG&E for the LED conversions. And I know we've already talked about, they were very good about talking about that this report is 8 months out of date. So I just want to ask, did the agreement get executed?
Yes, it did. Thank you for the question. The agreement's executed, and of the 27,000 streetlights that PG&E is going to be converting for us, they've completed about 2,600 already. They started this last December. Are going to plan on finishing this coming December.
Okay, good. So they're on track with that. They've done about 10% so far. So we're on track with that. Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad to hear the timeline too, as I'm sure other council members are getting the same questions I am, which is when people see the LED lights happen, they want to know when their street is going to be done and how soon. And the fact that it's at the end of this year just means that hang tight, we're getting there. So that's an easy answer for everybody, and I appreciate that. I did want to also say that I agree with all of the recommendations from the Oversight Committee as well, including the timeliness of the report. So I was glad to hear you said the second one is going to be coming back in May. So that's, I think we just got delayed because of COVID, I'm guessing is why we were 8 months off the timeline. Is that right, Matt?
Yes, our May report will be won't be a fiscal audit, but we definitely plan on bringing the fiscal audit back a lot sooner than 7 months after the end of the fiscal year next time.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. And I do want to echo the community report and the stats by district. I think that those were really good ideas, and also having if they're big projects. I know it's hard when we're doing repaving, it's not as easy, but when we're doing the bigger projects, say this project was brought to you by your Measure T tax dollars, I think that was a really good suggestion. And I think actually we have that on the sign for Fire Station 37. If I'm remembering correctly, the sign does say that, right? We're doing that.
Yes, our signs do say that.
Yeah, I think it's important just so people know that this is what their tax dollars get spent on, and they voted on it for a very good reason. And I make sure to say that when I talk about the repaving that happens. I do a state of the district every year and talk about how many miles of paving, and I do talk about that, or when somebody writes in and says my street got repaved, I talk about Measure T dollars. I'm sure other council members do that, but it's really helpful to know by district, X number of miles got repaved with Measure T dollars. So that's anything you can do to help us with those stats would be great. It tells a good story. We don't always get to tell good stories.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief, but I just want to thank the committee for all their hard work. Looking at your report, it really sets the bar in terms of citizen oversight. And when we have these bond measures that go to the voters, a key selling point is the citizen oversight. And I think that based on your output and your work, you really have created the model of citizen oversight for not only this bond measure, Measure T, but also all the other bond measures that we have or that we're going to have in the future. I think that this definitely sets the bar. And I wholeheartedly agree with all of your recommendations, particularly around transparency and getting information and notifying the community of how their tax dollars are being spent. So I think that's a very powerful recommendation as part of your report. So again, I want to commend you and also city staff for an outstanding job.
Yeah, I really agree with that. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other thoughts? I also want to thank staff for all the great work, Matt and everybody on there's several teams across departments that are actually getting these projects built. It's really great to see concrete results, pardon the pun. And streets are actually getting paved, fire stations are actually getting built, emergency operations centers. This is really heartening to see that when we make commitments to the voters and we can keep them and we can do it at a speed that the voters can see. Okay, any other comments? All right, let's vote on the motion.
Yes. Morales?
Aye.
Aye.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe? Roscoe,
Aye.
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. I jumped the gun there. Item 3.7 is master consulting agreements with BKF and Nichols Consulting for storm infrastructure improvements, including Charcot storm drain. We do not have a presentation on this item, so I'll ask
Move approval.
from the public who would like to speak on this item relating to storm drain improvements, including Charcot. All right, I see nobody raising their hand.
Second.
There definitely is a motion in several seconds. I'll let Tony sort that out. Let's vote.
Mendez,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Aye. We're on now to item 3.8, which is the city's COVID-19 response county vaccination update. I do want to offer some news I'm just getting now through text. The county's announced that they're meeting, I think as several my colleagues know, that there is vaccination site that is opening at Emmanuel Baptist now, as well as a site at Stanford is going to be launching at Eastridge. So we expect significantly more capacity brought, particularly to East San Jose, through those two sites, in addition to the existing sites on Tully at the Fairgrounds, Story Road, Mexican Heritage Plaza, and then elsewhere in the city, of course, at Burger Drive and BMC. So that is positive news. And I think I'll turn it over to Dave. Does it go to Kip or Lee?
I think Kip is on point for this.
All right.
So he'll share some information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, members of the public. I'm Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager, and along with Lee Wilcox, the Director of our city's Emergency Operations Center. Today, I'm going to give you a brief update on the city's work in support of the county's vaccination campaign, ending by seeking your guidance on the county's request for staff assistance in vaccination efforts. The county, as was mentioned, is continuing its efforts to vaccinate Santa Clara County residents. To date, about 16% of county residents have been vaccinated. In addition to healthcare workers and medical first responders, much of the current focus is on seniors 65 and older, as this group is by far the most likely to die if they contract COVID-19. About over 80% of seniors 70 and older have been vaccinated and received their first dose, and about 50% of seniors 65 and older have been vaccinated with their first dose. However, there remains a significant racial disparity between the higher vaccination rates of Asians and whites and the much lower vaccination rates of the Latinx and African American elders. The county is, as we said, lead in the vaccination operations, and they have been working closely with healthcare centers and nonprofits to bolster outreach capacity and identify and stand up additional sites. On the city side, the city's goal in support of the county's efforts is, starting with our most vulnerable, ensure that 85% of San Jose residents are vaccinated by August 1st, 2021. To do this, our supporting role is connecting our community to vaccinations, advocating for equity, scale, and speed of vaccination distribution, and access at the local, state, and federal level. Connecting our employees to vaccinations so that they can provide essential services to our community more safely. Our work to connect our community to vaccinations currently focuses on reaching vulnerable seniors by contacting them by phone, which I will talk about more in a minute, conducting mailings targeted at senior affordable housing units and senior mobile home parks identified by the Housing Department, and identifying homebound seniors as requested by the county and providing that information to them so that they can support them with their efforts that they're developing to reach homebound seniors. We've learned a lot as we continue our efforts to reach our most vulnerable seniors by phone. We've seen about an 85% contact rate, the folks we're able to reach or leave a message for, and about a 20% conversion rate, those who are able to speak with us and answered our questions. That's actually quite high for phone banking these days. which suggests, among other things, that seniors are eager to talk to someone, and you should probably call your elders and check in on them if you haven't done so recently. The good news is that a full 73%, excuse me, of those we spoke to had already received a vaccination or were scheduled to receive a vaccination. 27% of those we reached requested more information from us or assistance in scheduling appointments. The reasons that they gave for not scheduling appointments included concerns about healthcare access, transportation, and hesitancy to get vaccinated. We continue our work to scale this effort and are reaching out to collaborate with the many senior support organizations out there doing similar work. We'll use the lessons learned from this phone banking to inform our approach to other groups as they become eligible. Relaying, our communications continues to relay county vaccine and eligibility updates via social media, flash reports, and direct messages to city-connected participants. We focus our direct mailing campaigns are on the most impacted zip codes, and we are utilizing next door social media and community centers and libraries in the vicinity to get the word out. All messaging asks the community members themselves to spread the word in turn. We've created with the county culturally sensitive and relevant messages in people's native languages and looked at sentiments and meanings that are really captured in the translation. So that's not just a rough translation, it actually speaks to them in the language that they think. The city is working with interested providers in the county and in establishing vaccination sites with a focus on the most impacted neighborhoods in our East San Jose. We have continued to refine and evaluate a list of over 100 possible sites and have provided the information on 39 of those sites, which we own and have been fully vetted and can be readily available to the county. We're also moving forward next week with an urgency ordinance that will come to you to allow vaccination clinics to use buildings and parking lots without needing to go through the normal land use approval process. On the homeless and unsheltered side, the county's Valley Homeless Healthcare Program has administered about 125 vaccinations to homeless individuals who are 65 and older in shelters and encampments. And they'll be starting the second vaccines next week and continue once again as the age limits are lowered. We submitted a letter last week to the Community Vaccine Advisory Committee urging prioritization of the hardest hit communities, including unhoused populations. The committee is convened by the California Department of Public Health to advise the state on equity related to vaccine distribution. We recommended increasing vaccine supply to support our communities that have shouldered the majority of infections and death, including the unhoused population. We asked the state to incorporate a number of community engagement measures to serve at-risk communities in ways that best suit their needs, including locating vaccination centers in the neighborhoods and near the unhoused populations that have the highest infections rates, death rates, and residents who perform essential in-person work, and expanding community resource navigators to target services in heavily impacted areas to connect vulnerable residents and the unhoused population to social and economic resources beyond the vaccines. The city of San Jose is focused on educating and encouraging our own workforce to get vaccinated when their turn comes. Currently, the San Jose Fire Department, who are in the first phase, has an 83% vaccination rate. In the police department, who started a bit later, our data is limited to the number of employees who had informed the city that they have been vaccinated. As of February 18th, we had 637 sworn active police personnel out of 1,075 having reported being vaccinated. We have yet to require that police personnel notify the city whether or not they have been vaccinated, so this number might not accurately capture the total number of employees who have been vaccinated. We're doing some additional evaluation to get a more accurate count, and in conversations with Chief Tyndall, he believes that about 85% of the police department wants to get vaccinated, and he is working on ensuring that there's a pipeline of vaccinations for all of those in department who choose to be vaccinated. Vaccines are not currently mandatory for our workforce, and we believe that there may be some legal issues regarding enforceability at this time. Vaccine eligibility will begin to expand soon in a couple of key ways. Starting February 28th, the rest of phase 1B, which includes those working in food and agriculture, including restaurants, education and childcare, and emergency services will be eligible, focusing in emergency services on the front lines. We are also communicating starting now to city employees to notify them as their eligibility becomes available. and we'll also be working on outreach to the other groups as well. Starting on March 15th, people ages 16 to 64 who are deemed to be at the very highest risk for morbidity and mortality from COVID-19 are also eligible. So that includes people with conditions like cancer, chronic kidney or pulmonary disease, Down syndrome, organ transplants, pregnancy, sickle cell disease, or heart conditions, not including hypertension, severe obesity, and type 2 diabetes. So again, on March 15th, those folks will be eligible for their vaccines. Finally, the county has requested that we assist them, and all of the other cities assist them with emergency service workers. They've put in a mutual aid request to all the cities in the county, asking for about 250 staff who can support with vaccination efforts to perform a variety of listed duties. The vaccination clinics are extremely important work, and they believe that the best way for the cities to support these efforts is to provide them with staff directly. We're currently supporting the county effort at the fire grounds with both fire personnel serving as injectors and police personnel as well. We have the ability to support with additional injectors either here, there, or at other clinics. This request of the 250 is in addition to and beyond this capacity. So what we've done is try to get a sense of how we might respond to that and present you today with some options. So we have a number of departments that are highly impacted with the emergency operations, which is to say that they have a large number of their personnel actively involved in the Emergency Operations Center. And of course, the rest of them are very focused on running essential services. So there is not a whole lot of extra staffing available. In fact, there really isn't any extra staffing available. So we ran the numbers to see if we were to try to meet about 75% of the county's request, which is 188 people, what would it take and how would we pull from the departments? And we also ran the analysis on if we were to meet about 50% of the county's request, which is about 125 people, what would it take? And pulled the various departments on the service impacts. So the next 3 slides I'm going to share with you are a bit of an eye chart. The bottom line is that there would be significant service impacts at either the 50% level and then more significant service impacts at the 75% level if we were to support them with the request of full-time employees. So quickly going through these slides, you have a sense here of at the 50% level, a number of closed or suspended services from safe school campus initiatives to street outreach to satellite fleet repair to construction and demolition diversion work. At the 75% level, we'd have to stop or suspend some animal services work, some alfresco support, volunteer events, and express pickup at our library branches, as well as some regulatory pieces that we'd have to put on hold. In terms of program reductions at those 2 levels, we'd have to reduce at the 50% level some of the library pickup, some of the labor compliance oversight, some inspections, support for Vision Zero in terms of signage and proactive sewer maintenance. And then at 75% level, we'd in addition have to reduce time for tow permit requests, impact on services such as permit center intake, some planning functions, delays to some Vision Zero, and some programming support on the education side and IT digital inclusion support. Similarly, at the 50% level, we would not be able to reopen the Arcadia Ballfield and Action Sports Park, nor the summer PAL programs or the express lane pickup to the libraries. At the 75% level, we would not be able to reopen technology access or additional planned services for highest community needs around educational support and digital inclusion, or special events like weddings, picnics, and reservations. So, as I said, the county request is a significant one and a serious one, and they believe it's the best way that we can support them in terms of the clinic support. And so I wanted to present to you as a kind of a range today for your consideration and feedback, a menu of possible policy options. And of course, there could be more. Policy option A that we've put out is that we could still find, hire, and pay for a rec leader
Excuse me,
staff.
Mayor Kip, can I interrupt really quick? This presentation is not in Granicus, and it wasn't emailed to my staff. If we're going to be giving some feedback on this decision today, can you please email it to all of us so that we can review it apparently during this item? Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. My apologies. We'll do that right away. Let me make sure that that happens.
Yep, staff is PDFing it right now and sending it out for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Councilmember Esparza. My apologies. So 4 options for consideration, and then maybe it might be that we come back later with consideration for this, but to lay out now for you. Option A is providing part-time staff and vetted volunteers. We have the ability to hire rec leaders, and the Parks and Rec is currently in process of hiring those for spring and summer, so we can hire more than are needed and should be able to hire 30, perhaps more rec leaders and provide them to the county. We'd have to figure out where the initial money comes from for that, but these are ultimately FEMA reimbursable, so it's a matter of a cash flow rather than budgeting. And then vetted volunteers. The county has indicated they're not interested in volunteers at this point because of the difficulties of managing volunteers, but we've had a big interest in volunteers supporting vaccinations and believe that we can vet them and provide volunteers who are reliable. Option B is, again, the 50% option, which I outlined rather quickly, a number of service trade-offs for that. That would provide about 125 full-time staff to the county for 6 months or so. And then option C is the 75% meeting their request, which again is a county-wide request and would provide about 188. Option D, of course, is not to provide any staff at this time or reevaluate at a later point. I realize that's an awful lot in a short amount of time, and I apologize for the presentation not being posted in advance. So I'll close with that. And again, just a reminder that our goal supporting the county efforts is to try to connect our community to vaccinations, advocate for equity, scale, and speed, connect our employees to vaccinations. And I will go back to this slide. And at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions, comment, feedback that you have for us. And staff is also available beyond myself to answer questions.
Thank you, Kip. We'll go to members of the community who want to speak on this item relating to vaccination. We'll do that now. I just want to note a big note of thanks to someone I should have thanked right away when I made these disclosures about the additional sites, Emmanuel Baptist and Stanford, and that is Supervisor Cindy Chavez. I know has been working very hard to address the issues that become very apparent through the data about severe inequities around the vaccinations of many of our Latinx residents, particularly in East San Jose and Central San Jose. And so appreciate that there is some increased attention there. I know that Marty Fenster-Shive has also been particularly instrumental in getting those 2 sites open. I want to thank them for their efforts. Paul Soto. Mr. Soto?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for the acknowledgement of Supervisor Chavez. I was at the meeting today with the county, and this topic had come up. And so with respect to these marginalized and historically discriminated against Chicanos and Mexicanos, what I would like is for the Office of Racial Equity. You see, this is where we have to start getting normalized language with respect to that office. You created it with an intention. You created it with a goal. You created it with a budget. Now I am requesting that you create it with power. Give it power with staffing and resources. If there ever was a time for this entire council to really realize the power of the Racial Equity Office, it's in the protection of our elders and these marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's return to the council now. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm hoping to get that presentation by the time this item's over. I was able to get some photos of it, but in the future, particularly if we're going to give feedback, having that presentation is key. So I had some questions. One is, so you mentioned that essential workers are eligible to get vaccinated as of February 28th. What is the plan to, and I'm sure I missed it because I was trying to get some of the information, but what's the plan to vaccinate our non-sworn emergency workers? So specifically, I'm thinking of the city workers that are out distributing food, our gang intervention workers that are out in the community, our crime prevention. I know they're non-sworn, but our crime prevention folks are out in the community. And what is our plan to vaccinate them as of February 28th?
Yeah, as of February 28th, the category that applies most to the city is actually emergency service workers, not essential service workers. So it's yeah. And so we have worked to identify those folks and those classifications. The folks, many of the folks who are out on the front line doing the feeding and the emergency response, working on a couple of different channels. One is to let them know that they are eligible and that they can go to their provider with the attestation, and we'll provide them whatever information they need to their provider so that they can be taken care of with their provider. We're also looking to see if we can create, as we have for our police and fire, a dedicated stream of slots that we can use to get those employees who are on the front lines doing the emergency service work vaccinated more quickly. So at this point, we have not finalized that. The announcement just came out a few days ago, but we are working toward both making sure that everybody knows and has their ability to use their healthcare provider, and a potential dedicated stream, if you will, of vaccinations, similar to what we've done with our sworn police and fire.
And are we talking with the county about offering them a vaccination at the fairgrounds?
We've had conversations with them about that through the EOC folks who are working with them. We haven't yet confirmed that that is the option that they would support.
Okay. I understand this will go into this will go into another question that I had, which is, so I understand county fire is administering the vaccinations, and that really helped sort of move up the first responder vaccination rate from about 15 a day to about 50 a day. And that really helped. Are we able to do something similar with our own firefighters who, I'm hearing from our city's firefighters, they're super eager to help. They're responding to a lot of heartbreaking calls in the East Side. And they've reached out multiple times. They're ready to vaccinate their community. And is there a way for them to vaccinate our own workers as our own workers go out and support our city?
Potentially, yes. We, under Chief Sapien's leadership, he's already has a unit that is out there at the fairgrounds right now that has been dedicated and rotating through as injectors, supporting trained injectors, supporting the work, and making sure that that continues to flow. According to Chief Sapien, he believes he has the capacity, if necessary, to have as many as 90 of his folks working as injectors. All of EMTs are able to be injectors with special training, and every single sworn fire personnel is by definition already at least an EMT, and there are of course several who are paramedics. We're very eager to help. We do not have the ability to stand up our own clinic, though we are working through the process to be approved as a clinic, but in any case, we'd still need the approval and the coordination with the county. So to the extent that those injectors from the fire department are needed in any of the other locations, we've made it clear that those folks are available, and we can provide support to either other clinics and or hopefully stand up an operation which can get our own folks vaccinated more quickly. So both our police and fire would be willing and able to deploy personnel in support of an effort, both that are dedicated to work in the East Side and or work that gets our own frontline staff more quickly vaccinated.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for pointing out that distinction at the beginning. I realize there's a distinction, but there's also a lot of overlap. I'm thinking of like PRNS staff that do our learning pods, right? I mean, there's so much overlap It's been a concern. I've been out a lot in the community during COVID, and have seen our city workers, our city staff have stepped up, and they've been out in the streets. I mean, maybe people don't realize that, but we have a lot of our people out in the neighborhoods helping in a variety of ways. And it would be great to vaccinate them as soon as we can.
Yeah, and we consider the learning pods part of education and childcare, and have put those firmly in that phase that will start on February 28th. And we agree that the folks who've been on the front lines, making sure that people can get their food, can be educated, and it extends to the larger group of essential service workers, the folks who are keeping the sewers clean, all of that hard work that requires PPE at this moment. But this initial tranche is emergency service and education and childcare. So we have to stick within those guidelines, but we are trying to make sure that we capture as many people as we can that are appropriate and get them vaccinated, who are part of our city team that's been responding.
Great, thank you. And then going back to the mutual aid request. So we got the presentation, so thank you for sending that out. And so the mutual aid request, so that 250 staff request that was sent to, that's the number for every city in the county. And so ours is 125.
They have not given us a particular allocation, but again, we're sort of half the county and maybe 70–80% of the need. So we wanted to do an evaluation at just sort of what if we provided half of the staff that was needed countywide? What if we provided 75% of the staff countywide? Somewhat arbitrary levels, but we think appropriate. Either of those are appropriate given our size of our population and the need that we have.
Sure, and some of my thoughts are, and thank you for the slide. It's not numbered, but it says supporting the county's vaccination efforts, city considerations at 50% versus 75%. This is the level of detail that I'm hoping we can get to in the roadmap, where we can talk about what exactly, as a city, what are the trade-offs throughout the year, because I think there's a lot, and nothing about 2021 is going to be normal either. So I did want to give some feedback on some of this, which is so some feedback from, for example, the census, when we had about 50 city workers kind of pivot. They were PRNS folks. Many of them needed to go back to immediately go back to some of their gang prevention and intervention work. But we had a lot of part-time staff participate in the census, get full-time work, and afterwards, it was my understanding they were very appreciative of having those hours. And since this is FEMA reimbursable, we have part-time staff that could get full-time pay, and the federal government would pay for it. Is that correct?
That is, and in addition to that, we have the ability to hire more than we normally would. I think that's really where the sweet spot is. One of the downsides from a city standpoint, not necessarily the individual standpoint, of having people who are part-time kind of use a lot of hours and essentially be full-time for an equivalent, is we lose the ability to use them for the rest of the year. But if we hire more than we need, we can fill that need. And to your point, people can get good paying jobs doing a really important work at a time of need. So I think there's a potential win-win in a version of policy A. And I believe that we might be able to be aggressive in the hiring and hire more than 30 people. But it's easy for me to say I'm not the one doing that at this moment. So the proof would be in the pudding on that.
And how did we arrive at some of these program reductions? Was that because we would have folks supervising vaccination work? Are the same people supervising? Because looking at some of these program reductions, some of them seem obvious, but frankly, some of them don't. And I'll spare everyone the discussion, because I think I would have liked to have had that offline. But how did we arrive at that? How did we arrive at these program reductions?
And I'll say this is a quick and dirty estimate. We pulled this together working with department heads and said, okay, if we need give this many people of this type, what is your estimate of what the service reductions are, and then aggregated those together. So there could be other services that could be chosen, there could be other decisions that could be made, but this is based on the each of the department heads and their staff worked rapidly over the last week and through the weekend to give us a sense of what they thought the potential reductions might be. So again, this is not the finest worked out analysis. And to your point, it may not be that we need to send a senior engineer over there. There might be other people who are more appropriate. Part of the difficulty is so many people are sucked up into the EOC, and the vacancy rate, especially in some of the park departments like Parks and Rec, is so high that there aren't that many extra people around. So this was the department's head's best guess at who they would be able to pull off the line without reducing the other essential services that they absolutely have to continue providing.
Sure, because pulling people off is very different than ramping part-time people up, right? So this is a variety of non-clinical duties. What are those duties? Is that something that a part-time Parks and Rec leader could support? Has the county provided a level of detail so that we would know how to meet that request?
They haven't provided the full specs and quals, but in their description of it, which I was reviewing earlier, I'll just read out a little bit of it so you have a sense of it. We all have a common sense of it. So the role may rotate any of the tasks described below in a single day. Staff are moved to new roles by our lead. Stop and I flow throughout the day and staffing shortage. Every clinic varies, but these are general. So parking attendants, directing traffic flow, offering to clean wheelchairs for patients, cleaning wheelchairs, greeters, multiple language greeters, screeners, greeting patients, screening patients for symptoms, confirming patients' verification information, additional different types of screeners, usher, line monitors, clipboard loading, ushers, line monitors, registration, vaccine assistant, runner, vaccine runner. So it's a variety of duties which I think would be appropriate for part-time and is very comparable, and if not a little bit lower class than what we would normally use for rec leaders, but it's well within the scope of what we can hire for at that part-time rec leader level. We think there's a high compatibility between that. On the flip side, many of the people that would be pulling full-time would be from higher classification jobs.
Yeah, and who would be, so then if we provide these folks to the county, would the county be providing that oversight of the folks, giving them their duties? It would not be us. We would be out of it, which would be a good thing.
Yeah, we would be out of it. I mean, they might have some people who are more supervisory over time or however they choose to use, but we would be technically seconding our staff to them, and they would be in charge of our staff for the duration. And so we would not have to worry about the management and oversight, and they could run the clinics, which is what they know how to do, using our staff as support, which is a clean and clear demarcation, which again is the reason for the county requesting in this form. It's easier for them to have control over the staff as a whole and to run their operation as they need to, especially as they begin to scale.
And how, so how did you arrive at vetted volunteers? And I'll give you some reason of background as to why I'm asking for more background on that specific item, which is, you know, the nonprofits that are providing, you know, thousands of meals to our community are begging for people. I've had folks come back to me that have tried to get through Silicon Valley Strong, and there have been some sort of missed connections there. And the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits is doing a lot of outreach because, you know, they're trying to help provide volunteers to all the folks that need them. How did you arrive at volunteers? Why volunteers, and why not why not help people get back to work since this is FEMA reimbursable?
I think it's a yes, and part of the volunteers is we've had a lot of demand from our CERT and other folks to want to have an effort, and so we wanted to understand what the level of volunteer interest is. We we actually have the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits embedded as part of our volunteer operation in the EOC. And so part of the effort is that we continue to need feeding volunteers. And so we've been directing and continue to direct a lot of any volunteers who are willing and able to do feeding work to Second Harvest and other partners to assist with that. And then, but there are a number of people who are specifically interested in vaccinations and supporting with vaccines. So we've had over 360 folks between our CERT volunteers and others who've contacted Silicon Valley Strong express an interest in working with the vaccine outreach in particular. And vetting may be too strong a word, but it's a questionnaire of really making sure they're over 18, they have a driver's license, that they're willing and able to do the work, understanding sort of where they are with their level of skills, and if the specs and qualifications that are required meet their skill set. So it's a light vetting that we would be doing with Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits were we to go to a volunteer effort. We've also found that we can use volunteers internally in some of our efforts, and then some of the community clinics, in particular, Aki has expressed an interest in using volunteers to help with some of the events that they're planning in terms of the targeted vaccination work. So this is one of the menus of options. I think, again, from a management of clinic standpoint, clearly paid either part-time or full-time staff are easier to work with than volunteers. And in volunteers, you would typically have to do a more than 1-to-1 ratio to get the number of volunteers. So you might have to have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers for every full-time slot, and scheduling and staffing them, as you well know, is not always the easiest thing.
And what's the duration of this mutual aid?
Essentially as long as needed. I mean, the county's target is again getting 85% of us vaccinated by 1st of August, which would get us to herd immunity. So we would anticipate this request being several months and potentially extending into summer, really as long as it takes. They might wind down to a smaller scale as we go, but the expectation would be a multi-month deployment.
And the FEMA reimbursement works as long as the emergency orders are in place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So and how many of the 360 are CERT folks?
I think at least 80 are CERT folks.
Okay.
50 to 80.
I'm a big fan of CERT. As you know, I have a bit of a background in emergency management and having volunteers step up to help. There's usually kind of like a tour of duty, right? Would be one way of saying it. And so we would need, whether it's volunteers or especially if it's volunteers, not only do you need a number of people who have the option to step in and then step out, like, hey, maybe I'm going to go visit my family, or I have to take care of my grandchildren on these days, or whatever life. Not only do you have that, you also have these sort of tours of duty that folks give their all, and then they're like, okay, I need a break now, right? And so that further, I think it's a further challenge when we're looking at a number of volunteers to provide, because it's just frankly not going to be enough. And so since you're asking for our feedback, I'm going to say my preference would be somewhere between A and B. My preference would be to put people to work, right? Get people paid. People need a paycheck right now more than ever. And if this is reimbursable, sorry, I'm sick, not COVID. If this is reimbursable, then let's get paychecks, and so that's my preference, particularly with our part-time staff, that they're able to take home full-time paychecks. They've already suffered from last summer where they couldn't work full-time. So that would be my preference, to give them that work. And then, yes, let's utilize the CERT volunteers, but knowing that it's not realistic to put all of this on them through August. And I'll leave that for my last comment, but then I actually wanted to acknowledge something and make a motion. I wanted to thank Supervisors Lee and Chavez for a referral that the County Board of Supervisors is hearing today. And so they have an item coming before the supervisors. It's a consider recommendations relating to COVID-19 vaccine utilization plan. Notice that's not a distribution plan, it's a utilization plan, and a paid advertising campaign work plan. And for folks that don't have the referral in front of them, there are 2 items under that referral for possible action. And one is for the county administration to report to the board by March 9th with this data-driven utilization plan to achieve parity in our communities. And then the second portion of that is to bring back to the board by March 9th a work plan and a timeline relating to expanding that their paid advertising campaign. And so I'd like to thank them for their leadership and then really see what we can do about coordinating our efforts. I think that we all want to save lives. And I believe we're at a critical time in setting up the infrastructure for vaccinations for our whole community. Even though only a portion of folks can get it right now, we're building up this whole system. And so I wanted to make a motion I think you just need feedback for the options A, B, C, and D. So I gave you my feedback. So my motion would be for our city manager to send the county executive a letter offering our support and our focus to be included. Number 1, a place-based strategy to support their efforts on a place-based strategy, especially sites that include schools. And Kip, you posted the list of the site. It's not a list of the sites, but it's the number of the sites that we have. But if we could list that and attach that to the letter. Number 2, say that it's our preference to support making vaccinations as easy to get as possible for communities. And that would include both appointments and walk-ins. And 3, to offer our assistance in coordinating with the county on communications, particularly in addressing concerns that we're hearing from neighborhoods as they come up, to coordinate with community clinics, to offer our sort of hyper local assistance on that, and really support the county in their utilization versus distribution and data-driven approach. And I wanted to add one more thing that I feel that we should include in this letter, which is the county support in the city mobilizing our 90 or some, I'm not going to say a number because it'll probably end up being different, but our city mobilizing our firefighters to administer vaccines, that be included in the letter. And that's my motion.
Second.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Kip, can you just put the slide up again with the options so that we're all clear?
Oh, I thought I was sharing. I'm sorry. I stopped sharing. I was sharing with myself.
No worries.
Not very useful. Okay.
I don't think the slides arrived in my inbox yet. So I'm hoping that.
There you go.
Okay, great.
I apologize.
Thank you. No, it's great. I just wanted to echo Councilor Esparza's statement about hiring. I know this is something we've all been talking about internally for a while, and you and Jeff Ruster and others have been working on already, is figuring out, can we leverage federal money to help displaced, particularly young workers who are displaced, unemployed, be able to get jobs doing things of great public value like this. And, certainly FEMA reimbursements offer a great opportunity for that. I know Jeff is already hard at work trying to put this together, and I guess I'll give a preview to my colleagues that on Thursday, you'll have this among the various policy items to consider, which is essentially a jobs program for young displaced workers. And certainly this kind of work would seem to be ideal for somebody who just got laid off from their restaurant or theater or hotel, and they just need a paycheck to hold them over. And in the meantime, they're doing really important work for our community. So I just do double down on that. And I would ask Councilmember Spars if you might consider including in the letter some desire to include a sort of a paid jobs program as a source of staff who could support county efforts in vaccination testing centers and other needs.
And just so everybody knows, the presentation has been posted, so it's available now to the public and to everybody on the city website and the city agenda under item 3.8.
Thank you, Kip. Councilor Esparza, were you able to hear that question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, whether you might include in your motion a fourth item, which is that the city has significant interest in a jobs program that would provide paid staff through a federally or state or other funded program that could enable us to provide daily workers who will be there, be reliable, but obviously not city staff.
Yeah, can you be more specific on the program? And the reason I'm asking, Mayor, is I was approached on something that a partnership that leaves out non-US citizens and that leaves out folks that are in school, and so if you could just be more specific, that would help me.
Yeah, what certainly I think I'm certainly open to changes in the details. My focus was really on helping displaced workers, regardless of citizenship status or anything else, that it would be open to anyone who is displaced. I know Jeff Ruster has already begun this work. We've been talking internally about it a bit in the hope. I've been lobbying very actively for federal money, and there'll be a letter going to the governor from several mayors as well on this very issue of how we could secure funding. Obviously, FEMA reimbursement is one such source, as you noted. And the idea is creating a jobs program, essentially, for young workers that would provide, obviously, a paycheck in addition to some connection to other work future supports that may include community college and other kinds of supports that could help young workers.
Sure, no, I like it. I would ask to expand that to all displaced workers, because there are a lot of parents right now who are looking to put food on the table. And so if we expand it to all displaced workers, regardless of age, yeah, I think that's a great idea. I would still like to make sure that we include as an option that our own city staff can those that can be ramped up to full-time from part-time and get some hours in, that be on the table. But yeah, no, I'd be open to that. Thank you.
Okay. Is that all right with the seconder as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Esparza said, raised some of the things and asked some of the questions I was going to ask. I'm glad that she honed in on policy option A, and I think it's a great idea to use available FEMA resources to pay people. That's the best option. I also appreciate what Kip said about volunteers. I think we can leverage a lot of people who are interested. I think there's clearly an interest in volunteering for the vaccination program, so we can certainly fill in gaps for volunteers. I know my wife is volunteering every Sunday. She works in healthcare, so she's actually administering on a voluntary basis vaccines every Sunday. So, and she said a lot of people are coming out to volunteer to help in various capacities at those sites. So, if we need to help supplement what we can get through paid staff, I'd certainly the city should be, able to do some amount in option B, but I would try to steer away from as much of, taking services away from our residents as possible. I mean, they've survived a year of reduced services where we've just started ramping things back up. And we've heard for a lot of frustration in many of the services you've talked about cutting, and that on those slides are things that our residents have started to be relieved that they're starting to see in action again. And even some of the others about services that may impact families and students and access to to digital access and other things might be at risk. And so we would I would say we should try to avoid some of those service cuts if possible. So more on the side of part-time staff or giving more from our part-time employees full-time work would be the favorite approach from my perspective than eating into the services we provide our residents. I wanted to ask about firefighters. You mentioned firefighters there's about 80, I think it's like 85% have accepted the vaccine.
83%. Yes.
What was that?
83%, yes.
83%. I was a little concerned about that. In fact, I was at a firehouse on Saturday meeting with some of the firefighters, and they were talking about the voluntary program. And I was a little concerned, they spend a lot of time in close quarters with one another and a lot of time on calls with people at risk. And I'm a little concerned about that 17% who may be electing not to be vaccinated, and what we think about that because of their particular risk that firefighters face on their job. What our plans are, thoughts are about trying to educate firefighters, perhaps. Or I know that you're averse to requiring any of our employees to get vaccinated, but what are our thoughts along those regards?
I would say one thing quickly, and I don't know if Chief Sopping's on, he might join and we'll always have more details on this. The biggest gap, as you can see from this slide, is actually in fire non-sworn, and they were not eligible until somewhat later in the queue. So 70 of the folks in fire non-sworn are still up for their first dose. And we believe that some of this is just them getting through the process. So out of our sworn firefighters, you can see out of 677 people total, only 32 have their first dose remaining, and 87 have declined. And those can be for various reasons. Some of them can be medical reasons. Some of them can be religious reasons. Some of them can be other personal reasons. And some of those may have also subsequently gotten to change they may over time change their mind, or they may be COVID positive and not be able to take it right now. So there are a number of complexities with that. So we would expect that number to gradually improve over time. But overall, the 83% rate is actually pretty good. But I don't know if Chief, you always have a sharp eye for the details that are on top of your organization very well. I don't know if Chief Sopping is on to join for more details. I hope I haven't spoken inappropriately, sir.
Thank you, Kip. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
I agree with Kip's response. I would temper the numbers you see with we're still in progress. We have an initiative to educate our firefighters as best we can to help them make the best decision possible. At a larger scale, we are speaking with our industry throughout the state and looking at how all fire departments are approaching the question of mandatory vaccinations. We do want to see how far we get with the education campaign. We are contacting each firefighter individually to make sure they have all the information they need for now, and we are getting additional folks stepping forward to get vaccinated every day almost. So we're still in progress. The concern that you raised is one of ours as well. We want our folks to be as safe as possible, and we of course never want to be a vector for spread of COVID as well. So I think we'll have more to report as the question evolves, both here in San Jose and across the fire service industry.
Okay, thank you. And it's interesting that you brought up, that people have brought up already the conversation of firefighters be administering the vaccine as well. And when I was at the site, I actually asked some of them about whether they would like the idea of being, administering the vaccine, and we had that conversation. In fact, it occurred to me that one of the things we have to begin to ramp up is mobile vaccinations, bringing vaccine to people who are some of our homeless population, to people who have mobility issues. And firefighters may even be well suited to do that in their local communities. And so it'd be great for us to figure out some of that logistics and how we're going to reach some of that population, and whether it's firefighters or somebody else. I don't know if you've had any thoughts about what our next step might be in reaching some of those hard to reach residents in those locations in the city.
Yeah, we agree that the mobile is a good option for a lot of different populations. Dr. Marty Finsterscheib at the county is working on a strategy to reach homebound seniors and other populations that need to have the vaccines brought to them. And we certainly have offered and will repeat the offer of providing our resources, both in terms of the injectors and if necessary, some of the capacity to carry that out. But Dr. Finsterscheib has been very clear with me that is a priority, especially in terms of the seniors, to get to those frail and homebound seniors, so that them getting out to get a vaccine does not create an additional health issue for them.
Okay, great. And one of our locations, I was excited that we got started for vaccinations in our city in the last few weeks, is our North San Jose location up at Cisco's campus. It's a drive-through location. I was trying to get location near our Alviso residents, because Alviso, we don't talk about it much, it's fairly small, but it's one of the other hardest hit zip codes. So we opened we worked with Stanford Healthcare and Gardner and Cisco got a site there. It's a drive-through clinic, which I actually think we should have more of, because the seniors have, it's easier for them if they can drive in, not to have to walk out of their car and stand on their feet for too long. And so it's actually been working pretty well. But what we discovered was the difficulty of getting people registered ahead of time is really one of the biggest problems with these clinics, is people having to go online and sign up. We spent hours and hours working with Stanford and got them to finally agree to a wristband system so that we can get people, a certain number of spots where we can just hand out wristbands and get them to show up and not even have to pre-register for their time slots. So we are excited that we'll have a certain number of slots each week for residents. I think I heard Councilmember Carrasco talk about the amount of effort it takes, though, to go out in the community and publicize these kinds of clinics to our vulnerable communities. We spent 2 full days basically with our entire council staff going door to door in Alviso and finding out where senior citizens are and telling them about this clinic and trying to distribute wristbands. This is not a scalable solution, so we have to find other ways to get to these communities and get these wristbands to people and get them to clinics. But we need to work to make sure it's as easy as possible for people to get to sites and get vaccinated without having to go online, without having to fight for slots. That's really been the hang up for people, is having to battle with other people on their computers to get to open slots. If we can reserve slots and make sure we have a certain number reserved, then we can find ways for people to get there. But I'm optimistic with the number of spaces we now have in our city that we're getting to that point with capacity where we're going to get, I think, almost all of our residents who are eligible vaccinated in a timely manner, and I appreciate everyone's efforts to get us there. So thank you. I think that's all I need to say and all my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Cohen. Thanks for your work in Alviso and in helping to get that site up and running for Stanford. And I believe it's at Cisco, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Cisco's parking garage. Yeah. It's a great site. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you. It's great success. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. And Kip, thank you for the presentation. It's important that we get the vaccinations out to as many folks as possible, as quickly as possible. We all know that. And I'm obviously stating the obvious. I have a question, and you mentioned about shut-in seniors. How or when will we be able to release any specific information about those seniors who are vulnerable at home, have underlying health conditions, and do not want to get in a vehicle to go get their vaccination, but want to have access? How close are we to being able to unveil something to them?
I can't give you a good timeline on that. I do know that it's something that Dr. Finsterscheib has indicated is a priority, and he's asked for our help, and we will be providing it in terms of helping him understand where those seniors are. Some of them in the 6-bed facility, and we have those addresses and are providing them. And we're also going to be having a collaborative meeting with a number of senior care providers that the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits is helping to pull together. And one of the items that we'll be talking about in that gathering is identifying homebound seniors. And we've offered to help, and we have actually help from a Stanford team on the data collection and analysis side to create a way of sort of culling through and harmonizing those lists and getting those across the county. But I don't know when the county will be ready to begin their efforts. I just know that it's something they consider extremely important.
I appreciate that, and I have had this conversation. So it's a particular focus of mine in that many seniors have reached out to me who are homebound or neighbors of homebound seniors who need to get their vaccine and just don't have any capabilities or capacity to leave. Additionally, I'm concerned about the privacy. I know we could create a database just on our own of seniors who maybe have reached out to us, or as I said, neighbors or family members who have indicated that they know people who need to get vaccines but don't want to leave their homes again, but are concerned about giving out their private information. So any plan we have will have to take that into consideration, because we don't want to subject our seniors to any risk of fraud or situations where they're being taken advantage of at all. So I have a very strong concern about that, and I know you do as well, and I'll be looking forward to that information, because I have several seniors who keep asking me, and I keep telling them I don't have anything to tell them, but it's on our to-do list, and I know that it is. I don't mean to be flippant about it, but they are the people who are at risk, although they are quarantining themselves by nature, by the way they're functioning today. But they need to get out and socialize as much as the rest of us do. So thank you for that. Most of my questions were asked, but I wanted to know in the motion if it included the staffing options that were offered. I didn't hear that, or did I miss it? Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, Councilmember Foley, it's my understanding, and Kip and Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that today we're giving them feedback on options A through D. So the motion did not include that, so that everybody can give their feedback.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Then I'll just weigh in on which is to echo what you and Councilmember Cohen have already said, that this is a great opportunity to employ people and to get them a paycheck where they may not have gotten a paycheck. Additionally, I would be very concerned about pulling our staffing resources from positions that we have recently reopened again. So somehow activating our part-time employees who aren't working full-time, but not taking away staffing from Beautify San Jose, for example, where we're just beginning to get a handle on other issues that are affecting our cities and our residents, just affecting the number of services that we've took away because of COVID, rightly so, and now are reintroducing. So the level of staffing that the county needs is huge, but let's not have it affect our ability to perform our core businesses. And giving them paychecks is an ultimate criteria for me. And of course, vetting anyone who goes and knocks on doors for their protection, for the protection of the people who they're coming to. So I support the motion. I think that's the only question I had. I probably had more, but now I think they've all been covered. Thank you so much for your work. This is a really serious issue, and I know that it's more so an equity issue than we've ever seen. The underserved population in the zip codes that Councilmember Arenas, Esparza, and Perales and Carrasco represent need to get access to vaccines as much or more than any others. And we're ready to help in any way we can. One final thought is, have we reached out to the school nurses? I know school nurses are not working right now, or they don't really have the same level of jobs. And I saw a letter from a school district who is willing to do the vaccinations on their sites and use their staff to do it. So maybe there's a way we can cooperate with the school districts as well and the school nurses. And I will leave you with that.
Thank you. And I just, as a brief comment, there's really appreciating all the feedback on the options. So what I think I'll do is, rather than sort of responding to each council member on the feedback, I'm going to listen, and at the end, I'll try to do what I call a sense of the meeting, Quaker style, and give you a sense of what I've heard. And then if I'm close or not, you can tell me there, but I'm really appreciating all the feedback. And we also have some folks taking notes alongside as well as me. So thank you very much, Councilmember Foley.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Excuse me, Mayor, I don't know why my hand is lower on the list than what it appears, as I raised my hand when there was only David and Maya on the list.
Okay.
Please go.
Okay, Councilmember Mahan, do you have any problem with Councilmember Arenas? Goes ahead.
Not at all. No, please.
Okay, Councilmember
I
Arenas?
appreciate that. Thank you. So I wanted to bring up some of the points that I had that we had earlier talked about in terms of really fine tuning a targeted approach to the Latino community. I don't want this to get lost in this new offer from the county in terms of their assistance from us. And I think they need to, sorry, it's all funky here. They need to fine tune this before we say yes. Otherwise, I think we're doing a huge disservice to our community, especially our Latino community, seeing that there's a huge disparity there. And so to that, I wanted to ask you, what is it that we are going to get in each of those options, if you will? I know what we're not going to get based on some of the approximations that you have here. And I know it's all very kind of a rough sketch. We might get less, we might get more, but you certainly have kind of a benchmark for what we will not be getting. So if we decide to go with option A, option B, where it's 50% and it's more significant, will they ensure that we have how many vaccinations and how many different sites in those areas that we have been advocating for in the last couple of weeks?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. We don't have an exact quid pro quo, we'll get this for that out of the county. Our understanding is that this is their initial estimate of what it's going to take to both continue to run their operation for the next several months and to scale in to the work on the east side and the other hard-hit areas that they have committed to doing. So our desire would be that these resources would be deployed in San Jose, and that they would be deployed in support of that expansion, as well as the existing clinics that are ongoing serving the community. But the fact of the matter is, we wouldn't be able to tie their hands necessarily on how it's used, but we would want them to be committed to building out that strategy, which they have already initiated.
Yeah, I don't know how we can have some assurance before. I think, this is being asked of all the cities. We're not specifically getting called out for that. And so I recognize that. But short of us setting up our own sites in the areas that we feel that we need, this is, I think, a really great use of resources and leveraging each other's resources. I still am not comfortable if we are not fine-tuning the place-based strategy. Because as we have seen, that the no wrong door is not necessarily working, especially in some areas, as we have noted, like in Gilroy, that there was a lot of folks who were outside of Gilroy coming in and flooding that vaccination site, and they weren't the targeted populations. And so I think there's still some work before we say, all hands on deck, let's do this, the maximum option, whichever of those it is. I think we need to make sure that we are assured that we have place-based strategies in the areas that we have been advocating for. I would highly recommend that be part. I don't know if we already have an MOU with them, but that would be an MOU, because literally what we would be doing is here you have 188 or have 200 of our employees. And while they'll be FEMA reimbursed, it's not to say that they're going to serve what we have all been saying for the last couple of weeks. So for me, it's really important for us to, if we move forward, however this vote comes out, that we are first really falling in line with this place-based and no wrong door. And I think that there's some really good work. I think Councilmember Esparza, and I apologize if I'm repeating something that you've already said, but I think we certainly could align ourselves with a utilization plan that I've just been told that was actually approved as well. So that's another thing that is approved is the memo, the referral that was referred to earlier about utilization plan and paid advertising campaign work plan from the county. And so they're going to also start taking a look at utilization. And I think we need to be in lockstep with them. But if we are going to invest, I think we need to at least know what it is that we are guaranteed at some level. I know that you said that we can't have a guarantee, but if you're asking for mutual aid, I think there's an expectation that one, it would obviously stay in the city of San Jose, but that it would augment the vaccinations for Latinos and for any of those other groups, because I know the data hasn't been disaggregated from the Asian large, Asian group. It could be Vietnamese, it could be Indian, it could be Filipino that have a lower vaccination rate, and we want to make sure that those folks are also targeted. So that for me, that's really important. I think for the rest of what my questions were, Councilmember Esparza was really thorough. So I think this is pretty much just giving you some input about the option. I do agree that we shouldn't reduce our programming, as right now is when folks are going to look at us. Let's learn from the past. Let's not close programming where programming is needed the most. And so, one, if there's any programming, I think that gets closed, that we also do that in a very equitable manner. That we know that where there's programs that people can afford, and programming where people can't afford it. And I think we need to make sure that we provide programming where people cannot afford it, on a scholarship base. And this is not the normal protocol. This is not normally how we do business. It's usually we have to collect fees in order to continue to run our programming. So I think pivoting there as well, so that maybe in my district, I'll say maybe in Evergreen Community Center, it gets reduced a little bit, right? But then maybe something gets augmented in Welch, or maybe something gets augmented in Mayfair Community Center over in Councilmember Carrasco's district, because that's part of equity, right? I know that I'm not going to get the same amount, but we're going to provide the same kind of resources, or not the same, but we're going to give the resources that are actually needed. So the last thing that I wanted just to mention was, I do want to employ you in trying to figure out how valid this messaging is. And I shared with all of you earlier today that I had heard from our clinics that Latinos were being told, especially those who have contracted COVID-19, were being told that they needed to wait for their vaccination because there's this 90-day antibody period in which most people feel that they have enough antibodies that they're not going to contract COVID-19 once again. And so they're being told to wait. And I want to make sure that that's a messaging that we are going to clear up, especially as we're moving forward and aligning our resources and aligning our marketing, so that maybe this is easier than knocking on doors. It's just a matter of changing what that expectation is at the clinics and private and private providers. And I think that's it for me. So I talked about, the place-based and the no wrong door, and making sure that we maximize all of those sites that we currently have, maximize the use before we move on. I'm really glad to hear that Eastridge is potentially a site. I know that that's not going to happen until, I think the date was March 4th, but I think we will have hopefully drive-throughs, right, where people can actually come in and not get out of their car, and which will be really friendly for some of our folks who are a little more limited in their movements. Those are my comments. And lastly, I would be okay with, obviously I seconded with the motion, and it's not part of the motion, but I support the option B, and I even support option A if we were able to get as many rec leaders as we could. The other thing I just want to give you a heads up on is that childcare or our learning pods, they're running into this issue where rec leaders have already accumulated, I think, the 1,080 hours that they are bound by. And so I think at some point soon enough, we're going to need to have a new influx of rec leaders. And one of the things that I had recommended to John Cicerelli, and he supported, and we can see how this can happen, but there's a lot of childcare providers who are not providing childcare in their homes and have a lot of experience working with children. And wouldn't it be great if we could hire some of those folks in the interim, so that they can come in and support our children in a way that is maybe more fitting than just anybody off the street. So I love that idea, and hopefully we can augment the employment for our youth and those who find themselves idle right now from work, and not from their own choice, but because of this pandemic reduction. So those are my thoughts, and thank you so much. Thank you, Kip. Thank you, Lee. I know that this is a presentation that you give us, like it's a quick presentation that you give us, but I know the work that's behind this is quite immense. These are two very complex systems that we have to maneuver through, and so I appreciate your leadership. I really appreciate that you always make sure that you move the needle for all of us. As we, share with you some of our biggest concerns. And I know your heart is always in the right place, but more importantly, I think you're strategic enough to make all of these things happen for our residents, so that we can have higher vaccinations sites, so we can have higher testing sites, so we can just get back to normalcy. So thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. I very much support the letter and the concrete and constructive recommendations that Councilmember Esparza laid out, and I love the idea of a paid jobs program that could help us achieve a few different goals at once. So very supportive of the direction we seem to be heading in here. I wanted to throw out one other idea that may or may not be appropriate as part of this motion. But at the very least, I'd love to just hear feedback from city staff, which is, it seems to me that an important role we can play, while we are not directly responsible for many of the components of vaccine utilization, that strategy, we can help around the edges, but there are obviously, the county is the lead here. I'd love to hear from staff, would it be both possible, and do we think it would be constructive for us to be doing more of the public reporting and shining a spotlight on the disparity that we are so concerned about and that we discuss every couple of weeks, but I'm not sure is sufficiently out there. I know there's been many efforts. I'm not saying anyone's not doing everything they can, but just curious, if we go to our first slide in this deck, since we have the slides up, the first substantive slide after the title slide, I think our primary concern as a council is the disparity we're seeing here, and the disparity between the case rate, the hospitalizations, the deaths, and then who's getting vaccines and who's getting vaccinated at what rate. Is there a role, and I'm just throwing this out there as a suggestion, would love to hear what staff thinks, but is there a role for our EOC or our administration more broadly to be publishing, whether it's a dashboard or it's infographics that dig into this disparity, make it very clear, get it out frequently, not every couple of weeks in this meeting, but actually put it out to the press and to the public, maybe on our website, through social media, and really just try to shine a spotlight. And the reason I ask is I think there could be two benefits. One is just public accountability. The more that we shine a spotlight on the gaps that we want to close, the more that we and our partners at the county and others are going to keep focusing on it, which is great. I know many people are trying to already. The other is that it might encourage civil society, the nonprofits, faith-based groups, volunteers, others out in the community to get involved at higher rates and suggest other solutions and just talk about it in the community. Peer-to-peer influence may actually be even more important than putting more pressure on public institutions. And so it just seems to me that we could do more public communication using the stark data we have to just keep shining a spotlight on a daily basis about this disparity that we are so concerned about, and that it could have benefits. Now, could also be destructive of our partnership with the county. So, I think it's worth thinking through, and I understand we have limited staff capacity. So that was the only idea I wanted to throw out there. And I don't know if Kip or others have any reactions to that.
Yes, council member, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'd say two things in brief about that, or perhaps three things actually in brief about that. One is, what gets measured gets done. And so by being consistently looking at the question of racial disparity in vaccination rates, it can be motivating and allow us to figure out what the problem is and solve it together. And I think the second thing that's important is to normalize conversations about race and racial inequity, and to realize that structural racism is not about bad people doing things. It's sometimes about people trying to do the right thing, but not understanding the racial implications and the intention of the system that they set up with good intentions may have disparate and very bad outcomes for people of other races, other colors, or other classes. And so I think in this case, I believe that the county team that is working on this is very committed to closing that gap. But I think it's very important to continue to shine the light on that gap and to make it clear that that's unacceptable and that we need to be a partner and part of the solution in closing that gap. And we need to normalize, again, the conversation around the disparate impact that this has had, particularly in this case, on our Latinx and our African and African descent elders who are not getting those shots in the arm at the same rate as their counterparts of white and Asian descent, and that is not acceptable. So I think that's very powerful. And to your point, I think it's most powerfully done in the spirit of partnership with the county and wanting to be part of the solution, which is why I think also bringing forward this request from the county at the same time is part and parcel of the conversation, because frankly, it's very easy to be a critic and it's very hard to do. And so I want to make sure that to the extent that we are appropriately critical, we are also willing to roll up our sleeves and be part of the doing.
Sure, and those very, very well said, better than I said, and I appreciate it. I agree with everything you said. I guess my follow-up question though would be, do we feel that we are leveraging the resources at our disposal to highlight the disparity, communicate it, share it with press, share it with the public in a constructive way? But are we doing enough to make clear that this is our number one? Because I mean, frankly, it's probably our number one concern as a city, right? I mean, we haven't not sure we formally said that, but that's at least how I feel. And so the question is, what else could we be doing other than and I don't mean this to be negative, but just, one slide and one deck every couple of weeks, or a couple of slides. Like, what else can we do to shine that spotlight? And I know there's stuff we are doing, but I would push us to do even more. And I'm here to help. Certainly, I don't mean to just be a critic, but
no, we'll take the push, and I think Carolina Camarena in our next 3.1, which is actually next week, we'll be coming back with a little bit of a discussion of our strategic communication strategy, and I'll make sure that we fold in this question into that as well as the actual work that we do. So thank you for the push.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Pearls?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Appreciate the presentation and feedback as well. Thank you for sending over the slide public. It's actually a lot of really good information here. So I echo Councilmember Esparza's interest in the this be available. If you can go to the slide that shows the trade-offs.
Yes, sir.
There was the first one, and then
there are three of them. So this is the first one, I believe.
Yeah, that one's fine for now. Just kind of have it in context, and I'll refer to in a little bit. So first off, I wanted to, I think, agree with Councilmember Arenas in regards to none of whatever effort we sort of agree to in partnership, none of it should be a trade-off for the county's responsibility on delivering more equitable vaccinations. And I appreciate Councilmember Esparza's motion and the letter, and can support that as well. A quick question in regards to vaccination of the unhoused individuals in our community. You mentioned that is happening now. Is that happening in the field on location where unhoused individuals are at, or is that happening where they have to show up at one of the vaccination sites?
I believe they're going out and working on a mobile clinic model. They have a very constrained amount of access to the vaccine in about 4 hours to do it at this point. So part of what they're doing is figuring out that mobile model, but the idea is actually to go to where people are and vaccinate them on site, is my understanding. I also believe,
correct.
Yeah, it's mobile. And I also got some information, actually, thank you, from Councilmember Esparza, is that the homebound senior mobile clinic work is going to launch as soon as 3rd of March.
Okay. Yeah, and I saw that March 15th, it looks like there's going to be an expansion. Is that going to include, would that then include all within our unhoused community there? Would they be qualifying as high risk or no?
It includes many. It does not include all, but I've been looking extensively at the list of comorbidities, which is the odd name that they use for a pre-existing condition that you have. And knowing the data that we know on our unhoused individuals, the unfortunate truth is most of them have one of those comorbidities, especially when you expand it to the type 2 diabetes. But it does not include all of them, but it would greatly expand it. So the difficulty in the way it's currently structured is they're going to have to go and do several rounds with this, unless they can declare the unhoused folks as a category in and of themselves, and then do them as a group, which is part of, I think, what the advocacy that you were suggesting is really get those folks who are already vulnerable categorically safe, and then we can deal with them in terms of supporting them and sheltering them in a way that doesn't have to balance out some of the COVID issues. If I've followed your logic model correctly, sir.
You have, thank you. And I appreciate that we did send over that advocacy. I'm sort of imagining we've already, for instance, if county staff, vaccination staff have already been out there to the sites, and as you point out, the difficulties of having a 4-hour time window on the vaccines. And then if they have to go out yet again, when we open up the window again, and if that still doesn't get all those within the community, then they have to go out yet again, and we have to keep recycling that effort. We know this is a very difficult population to get out there and vaccinate, as we're pointing out. And as you point out, I think the likelihood is a high percentage of them probably are going to fall into this next category. So I think that's helpful. And what I would like to see is, rather than have a small percentage of them remaining that we have to then get back out there to find, could we not clump them into that category and then only have to get out there, that one or a few more times on the subsequent vaccination to actually, get them all vaccinated. And so I appreciate that. And I know that we've sent in that advocacy. Moving on, and I'm sorry, thank you for switching the slide. I apologize. I sort of
No,
went
it's
back to
okay.
my question
It's
there.
one thing I can do.
So if you can go back to the other slide, then again on the trade-offs. I want to see, I guess, number one, is there a charge or a responsibility in regards to conducting this effort? Is this charged to the county, and are they simply just reaching out for support on that?
Yeah, the way this is structured within the emergency management framework, the vaccination campaign is a county responsibility. And so what they are requesting is mutual assistance or mutual aid, because what the criteria for requesting mutual assistance or mutual aid is the entity that is requesting should have exceeded their capacity to fulfill that obligation without the additional support. So what they are signaling very clearly by this is that, yes, this is their responsibility, but they will believe they will be unable to fully fulfill it in the way that they would like to without the additional support. But it remains their responsibility, and they remain the lead.
Okay, and I guess, does this, the fact that they're saying, hey, we don't think we can fulfill this responsibility, we're reaching out for mutual aid, is that because of maybe the efforts that it would take to hire and onboard this many individuals, or is it because they don't have enough, staff themselves that they would be able to redirect? What do we have any indication of that?
They haven't elucidated that. I mean, the protocol would suggest that they should exhaust their resources first before requesting mutual aid. That is the theory, but they have not shared with us sort of their full rationale, other than making it clear that, especially as they scale, that this effort is really a huge lift. And the positive news is that it looks like the vaccine supply chain will be scaling. I've always thought that January, February, and March were going to be periods of relatively low supply, and then April, May, and June were going to be very large scale. And so they are both talking about what they have now, and I think, frankly, anticipating the larger scale operation that's going to become hopefully in the coming months. And so theoretically, they've done that analysis, but they have not shared that with us.
Okay, that'd be a question I'd like to ask, just to kind of determine sort of, is it because they've exhausted their own resources? Is it because they don't think they'll be able to manage the hiring and the onboarding themselves, or volunteer staff, whatever it may be? I'd like to have that answered ahead of time. It is true, though, that we know that this is FEMA reimbursable work. Is that correct?
That is correct. And under the Biden administration, it is FEMA reimbursable at 100%. So there's no local share required. Reimbursement means reimbursement, so we'd get it later, but we're a big city. We can figure out how to move money around to front something like this.
Councilmember Perales, could I just offer just a little bit of insight that may answer your earlier question about why would the county be coming to us?
Sure.
I've been on calls, of course, and they were recounting how they were literally taking legal staff, legal assistants, and others who are working in their county attorney's office or county counsel's office, and putting them into EOC work. Now, that's what we've been doing too, right? But they're just not they're facing real capacity challenges too. And they had a rough budget year, and they cut a lot of positions through that. And I think they're reaching out to all the cities because they recognize they simply don't have the bandwidth.
Thank you. It sounds like what I was saying just before that is that this is all FEMA reimbursable 100%. And so I think my initial reaction is I would also like to see people hired to do this. And it sounds like even the county themselves, right, have potentially people that are out of work. We know clearly there's people in the community that are out of work. And it's in that simple understanding that I scratch my head at any of the options that would include volunteers, right, unpaid staff to do work that FEMA is going to reimburse 100% for, when we know we have so many people in need of work, or all the options, again, that would include a trade-off of us losing city employees for a certain or undetermined at the moment amount of time, and they would that work time here is now lost, and the trade-offs that we see up on the screen, and there's even more, would be the trade-off we're having. That just does not make sense to me that we would make that decision unless, of course, we simply say we've exhausted all of our efforts on trying to hire enough people to do these roles. And so I get that's the question I really would like to have answered. And it doesn't sound, as you're pointing out, Mayor, they're using their own, certain, legal staff and stuff. I'm not talking about anybody, the county or us, using our own staff. I would be talking about, could we get more people employed, which I know is that something obviously
Agreed.
you've indicated.
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
so, so that's where I think my focus would be. I would prefer that, if they are in need of help, that's why I kind of wanted to ask that question. If they're in need of help of hiring or onboarding people, and as Kip, you just pointed out, if it's a matter of reimbursement and we need to upfront the cost, we can maybe figure that out to help. But I would not want to trade off our city employees' time that would then cost us, the efforts that you see here. And if you just kind of look through the list of things that would be suspended, right, or closed, and if you can go to the next slide, right, or reduced, going through this list and looking at what the trade-offs would be, knowing that at the same time, every city employee that we lend over is one less person that could be employed. Just doesn't make sense to me at all, right? And so I would want to, before we went to any of the options, actually, and if you can go to the option slide, before we went to any of the options, I would want to ensure that that's what's been exhausted first, right? That we are saying that we don't think we can hire and onboard 250 people, or in our case, right, if we're going to hold our end of the bargain, if it's 125, or as you point out, 188, which I agree with the analysis there on why maybe we would want to look at a number like 188. But unless we've exhausted that entire effort to try and hire and get people employed that are in need of work right now, I wouldn't support actually any of these options unless I had that assurance first. And the 100% reimbursement would be for the time that they work on this, right? It would, if for instance it's a trade-off of city employees, we're not going to get any other additional pay or something to cover the work time lost for what was been traded off. And I think we would probably end up doing the as we just discussed right now, the payment and the reimbursement for any of the employees that we brought on board. Correct? The county wouldn't pay them, and then they do the reimbursement. If we said, sure, we'll help you out and we'll try to hire X amount, we're going to pay up front, and then we would have to go through the reimbursement.
That's correct. It would be on our payroll. They'd continue to be our employees technically, and we would handle with their collaboration. And they've offered the assistance and the collaboration on the reimbursement front, the documentation that would be needed. But we would be the ones in the lead on that process.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I mean, that's my input. I really wouldn't support any of these options until we had full assurance that we couldn't just hire and onboard let's say up to 188 people as a responsibility that we may feel we equitably should share. And even still, right, I think if any, let's say for instance, any of the options, I know Councilmember Esparza's input was somewhere between right A and some hybrid model, right, and maybe getting some volunteers. I would also like to put on it, if we did, for instance, option A, if we did lend over, even if it was 30 something staff, I would like to have a time limit on that, to be able to know for certain or limit the length of time. And additionally, if we're looking for an immediate number of employees to come over, and we think it will take too long to hire and onboard, then maybe we can just fill the gap with some loaner staff, where we say, sure, we can loan some city employees for the next month or 2 months, while the county ramps up their hiring and onboarding or something like that. So I think that I would want to exhaust all of those options leading up to anything that would then point to option A, B, C, or D. So that would be my interest, and I will support the motion that's on the table. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. I'm having a few little difficulties with my screen, so I don't know if you can see me or hear me.
You look
Yeah,
great.
we can see you and
You
hear
can
you.
see me?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. Okay, well, I'm a little blind here. Most of what I wanted to discuss has already been discussed. First of all, I wanted to thank all of you for having worked so hard to make sure that we get a few other sites on the east side with our latest one that the mayor just announced. And while you were announcing it, I was getting also the text messages and the email. So thank you so much for that. It's a welcome site, and our folks on the east side are going to benefit greatly from that. Councilmember Esparza, Councilmember Arenas, and I think a few other folks have mentioned the need for having place-based in our effort to make sure that our hardest hit communities and our hardest to reach communities are being addressed. And I've said this, in the past, but have we thought about just placing some of these vaccination clinics in housing projects, housing communities, like, for instance, and I'll say it again, Pokeway, Foxdale, Valley Palms, some of the senior citizen homes, and just staying there stationary until that entire community gets vaccinated? Has that been explored?
I don't think specifically staying there for the entire time. We have talked again about the pop-up clinic model. Part of the problem is the way that the rollout is going. Having a clinic stay there the entire time would mean staying there for quite a long time, because the different phases would come open over time. But we have made it clear that we would be willing to look at street closures, parking lots, facilities that are associated with senior facilities, anything that would work in a clinic as the county is developing their strategy for getting to neighborhoods like Poco Way and getting to Cadillac and getting to Hoffman Viamonte and getting to all of those communities. We think that in agreement with you, that those needs to be very much at that community level within easy walking distance for those communities. What they've indicated to us at this point, what the county is planning to do is a series of pop-ups where we would be doing canvassing before they come through. But that would mean, as we've discussed, sort of coming back multiple times and for the second shot, and also as the age group expands. So they haven't discussed with us the more stationary, smaller clinics, but they haven't ruled them out either.
Yeah, and I get it. There's a lot of work to be done. And there would have to be a lot of coordination, even if you were to set up shop there. And I think that this goes back to some of those conversations that we've been having, where some of that coordination, some of that really vital coordination that needs to take place just hasn't been taking place the way that we would expect it to. And of course we can't neglect the fact also that there's a lot of contracts that are out there with nonprofits, the promotora model, now we have the ambassador model. So there's a lot of good folks that are out there. They really know the community, but I think that there needs to be some sort of a centralized, I don't know, dispatcher or what have you, that needs to be having these conversations as to where is everybody, and so that we're not either duplicating or missing this coordination, so that we can maximize it. And I know that it's easier said than done. I don't preach to be an expert. All I can tell you is my experience in running campaigns. And I think for those of us who are sitting here in office, we've run a few campaigns in our time. All of you have run some campaigns, and even in terms of passing different measures. So this is like running a campaign, right? But it's a human campaign. It's trying to get a needle in someone's arm. And the other thing that I'm going to say is, you know, the biggest concern I've had in terms of the no wrong door policy is that in the no wrong door policy, while it appears to be of great benefit to the overall general population, because there is no wrong door, which means you can go anywhere. What it does essentially, and I know that we've talked about this already repeatedly ad nauseum, but I think it's worth repeating that for those who are already struggling to get through any door, it pushes those individuals even further back, because those who really understand how to work a very complicated system end up getting to the front of the line. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the most vulnerable populations, those who have already shown from the data that we have that these are the folks that are probably going to get sick, or they're living with someone who are being exposed, or they're living with someone who has a comorbidity or have a complicated living situation that makes them even more vulnerable to exposure. We need to get them to the front of the line. We need to push them to the front of the line, not allow anyone else to push them to the back of the line. And that's what we're trying to avoid. So when the policy comes into place, the no wrong door, that essentially pushes these individuals to the back of the line. And so in our effort to achieve the herd immunity, let's not forget that those individuals that are very, very vulnerable will continue to get pushed back. And so as we move into phase 1B on February 28th, which is Sunday. That's in a few days, folks. That's in less than a week. What that does is, as it opens up this, as it opens it up to a wider population, which is great. Agricultural workers, education, childcare, it opens up to a lot of other people, because it's not micro-targeting by census tracts, because we're not moving into those very vulnerable populations yet again. What it does essentially now, it is going to continue to elbow out people who are super vulnerable. So again, it crowds out the people who we really would like to be at the front of the line. So I just want to be real clear that as we're trying to get all these folks there, because everyone should be vaccinated, all these folks should be vaccinated, but because we're not micro-targeting, because we're not using the census tract as our priority list, then those individuals just keep getting pushed further and further and further and further back to that end of the line. And so, I want to thank. I had no idea that Councilmember Cohen was out there at Alviso, taking care of our Alviso neighbors. They have been hit hard also. We've seen those numbers as well, and so I really want to appreciate his efforts, and Cisco for their contribution also to this endeavor. And just speak to that just a bit. It's really tough to go out there door to door, getting people to sign up, getting people to understand the importance of this, and getting our little staff of, some of us have 4 or 5 people, pulling them from the work that we're doing, and then suddenly moving into this realm of work. Last summer, it was the census. Now it's COVID. Now, it was testing. Now it's vaccination. This is really intense, hyper focused work, and like Councilmember Cohen said, it's not scalable. It's very difficult for a little council office to be able to do this. And he was just addressing Alviso, which is a little neighborhood, of San Jose. But this is what happens. This is what happens when, for decades and generations, we have underinvested in certain communities. When we underinvest in communities, then we have the consequences and the ramifications when suddenly an emergency or a pandemic, or God forbid, the next big one, an earthquake comes and hits, and we have those soft story, is that what they're called? Soft story,
Yes.
yeah, soft stories, come tumbling down, or any other of the foreshadowings that we have about what might happen when the big one hits, or a flood, like at Rock Springs in District 7 happened to take place. When you have so much poverty or the other conditions that we've been dealing with happens to be intensely focused in certain neighborhoods, then suddenly we all find ourselves having to do this kind of work. And in my opinion, it's more expensive, whether it's human capital type of investment or it's monetary investment. But that's what I believe we're finding ourselves having to do. So I hope that, again, we're recording our best practices and lessons learned so that we can move forward with the next kind of emergency that happens, and that we can really secure the safety of our communities as we continue to face these kinds of situations. This is not going to be the last one. So again, thank you so much for all of your efforts. And I want to thank my council colleagues for those who have sent letters in to the County Board of Supervisors supporting Supervisor Otto Lee and Supervisor Chavez's memo to come back with a utilization plan as well as investment for our communities of color and our hardest hit communities, as we're getting the word out to them and making sure that they get that needle in their arm. In terms of hiring folks, I'm going to ditto what the previous council members have, what my colleagues have expressed without me getting into it. I'm going to support the motion on the floor, but I am going to express the following. I'm very concerned that that because we are the largest city, I always feel like everybody always turns to us as with this very high expectation that we come to the table with a lot of solutions, but we're thrown into a very dark room, sometimes blindfolded. And and my expectation would be that, okay, we're willing to come to the table, but we're willing to come to the table in good faith and goodwill, but with mutual communication and cooperation from both ends. And I'd like to be able to see that, and hopefully with the increased desire, we'll have greater communication and be able to do everything that we can so that we can take care of the common residents that we have with the county. So thank you so much. That's all for my comments.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I just had a quick question I was thinking of. When we when there's hiring done and money is coming from FEMA to pay for it, would it mostly would make sense for the county to be doing that, since it's a county vaccination process, right? I mean, would we be, except for when it's our part-time people going to full-time, wouldn't it make sense for most of that hiring then to be done through the county, since it's county deploying people then, rather if it's not our people being deployed?
Yeah, I think they have that option. And so, I think going back to the request to kind of clarify this, again, taking the request at face value and understanding that they are completely overwhelmed with both the medical response and the public health response at this point. I think what they're saying is, we don't even necessarily have the time to do that, right? That we need we need everybody that we can. And it's easier for us, the county, I'm speaking on their behalf now, kind of it's easy for us just to have somebody who's hired and staffed up and been vetted and fingerprinted and signed off on the dotted line and is getting their benefits or whatever they're entitled to. And you take care of all that and give us somebody who's ready to show up to work, rather than us to have to peel off a unit to spin up the hiring. So that's a supposition, but I do know that they are, if there's any folks who they are just working an insane amount to try to beat this. And I think they are legitimately asking for our help because they are not able to do it for themselves.
I see. We probably have the better capacity at this point to actually go do the process of hiring and getting the reimbursement and all that to get people to them, rather than asking them to do that. I guess that's what they're.
Yes, I think.
However we get them people, we have a better capacity to get to hire and do that process for them than they would have capacity to do it.
I believe that's correct, and especially to the extent that we can piggyback on existing hiring processes and just turn up the volume on them, then we can skip a couple of the steps. For example, we're already advertising for part-time rec leaders for the summer programs. If we just hire from that pool and then actively were to actively put out more recruitment on that.
Pool, yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Cohen. He asked the question I was going to start with. So I appreciate that expansion of the line of questioning about who does the hiring, if it's FEMA reimbursed and all of that. I have a question, and I didn't catch it. And so if you said it already, Kip, I apologize. The 250 staff that they're requesting, are they requesting 250 from San Jose or 250 total from all the cities in the county? Because obviously, although we are the biggest, we are also the least well staffed. So I'm confused about that. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, so the request went out to all 14 cities in the county. And I do not know that any other cities have positively responded yet. I actually don't know that they've negatively responded either. So our rationale for choosing the 70, 75 and 50% numbers, which is 188 people and 150, is that 50% were roughly half the population of the county. So that's approximate to our county. But we also know we're disproportionately affected by COVID. So 75% sort of is a rough ballpark estimate, kind of the level of effort to make sure that there's more attention to our community in general and to the east side and other hard-hit neighborhoods like El Viso specifically. So again, there's a little bit of a pulling some numbers out of the air, but the idea is that we wouldn't be the only one contributing to this. The reality that we've seen, though, is that when push comes to shove, we're the large player in the county, and we end up shouldering the large burden as a result.
Right. So would we be sending folks to to Levi Stadium to work?
Our request and our conversations with the county, initially it came in as a request to things like Levi, and we've clarified the request, and what they have said is that the folks that we would be sending them would be prioritized to be working in San Jose.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I'm very supportive of Councilmember Esparza's motion, and I do think it's important for the county to know that we all as a council support a place-based strategy that gets the vaccines in the arms of the people who have been most adversely impacted by the pandemic, and to continue to expand those sites that they already have, but to expand the days that they're there, to expand the number of vaccines available at those sites. I think it's really important to make that point. And I do think, the more we can hire, the better we are. We say this all the time. It's still true. We are the thinnest staffed big city in the country. We saw from your slides just the quick and dirty about what we would lose if we lent staff. I'm not any more eager to do that than any of my colleagues. So I really think leaning heavily on on using that FEMA reimbursement to hire and to provide needed jobs. I mean, we know that we have very hard hit unemployment rates, and I just think that that's the way to go. So I don't think that was in your A, B, C, or D, but I agree with my colleagues on that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Just one important point, I guess, for clarification, Kip. If we were to try to get FEMA reimbursement for a jobs program, that would essentially support vaccinations, testing, all the things that the county's doing. I assume they would be the sponsor or the reimbursed agency from FEMA, not us. Is that right?
No, we can get delegated authority from them
We
to
can.
do work, and so
But it takes their consent.
You're right. We have to have essentially it's a clear chain of responsibility, and so right now they have the responsibility. They can delegate that authority to us, or frankly, any other
Okay.
entity that they want, and we would still need to collaborate with them on the FEMA reimbursement by
Right.
verifying that delegated authority, among other things. But in essence, we would have a level of certainty that we were FEMA reimbursable.
Okay, yeah, I
We
just
are
think that's a
working
really
on that
important
with them
point.
now as
Yeah,
well.
thank
We
you,
have
Lee.
started
I
that
know we were
process.
texting back and forth, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure I was clear, because I think it's important for us to understand that this requires the county's cooperation and partnership for this
Yes,
to
it
work.
does.
For us to get that FEMA reimbursement. And we've dealt with lots of challenges with FEMA reimbursement over the last few years. So appreciate that, because we actually need to pay paychecks to the folks who are doing the work. And for that reason, I just want for my colleagues to know this sort of jobs program to help displaced workers is something I've been working on with Scott Green and Nick Almeida on our team. And I know others are helping out in various ways in government affairs and others to see if we can get significant federal money, or perhaps through the state, the next round of relief grants, relief dollars for a broader jobs program. Obviously, FEMA reimbursement is fantastic if we can get it and the partnerships in place. But we know there's a lot of other tasks that could be really valuable to our community. Everything from planting trees to reduce the heat island effect in East San Jose, where we know that's a challenge, or clearing defensible space between homes and wildfire risk in different parts of our city in the southern and eastern border. A lot of that is being taken on by a Climate Corps program that we've embraced with the governor. But we're going to need a lot of people to help with tasks like that, and not to mention tasks like childcare. So, being able to get federal dollars for this could be really critical. And so I'm leading an effort. We've got a letter that went to the White House with 23 mayors from major US cities on it. We'll be talking to the White House tomorrow about that. And we're also submitting a letter from large city mayors to the governor, I believe this week, on this as one of our budget priorities. And I'm hopeful that we'll have some actual dollars that enable us to do things that are even more flexible than what FEMA reimbursement would allow, because we know there's a lot of things in our community that have great public value that we could get folks to work doing right away who are lacking jobs. So more on that to come. I just wanted folks to be aware that there's a lot of pieces that are trying to move, that we're trying to align to get that to happen. And I just want to say, Kip, thank you for your presentation, and thanks to you and Lee. I think you guys are doing an incredible job in juggling all these very challenging issues. I know, we're not in the driver's seat in controlling what happens where and where vaccinations can happen and how and who. But I know we're trying hard to do everything we can to ensure that our residents are not getting pushed back in line. And I know we've got a lot more work to do, and I just appreciate everything you guys are pushing on right now.
Thank you. Sir, may I take a moment and try to summarize what I think I've heard in terms of feedback around?
Yeah,
the
let's do
staff
that.
request?
Yep, thanks.
Okay, so I've heard 8 points. I may not get this perfectly, but I think this is my best bet at the synthesis of what was shared from each and every council member. Top line is the desire to strongly support the county in successful vaccination efforts. The desire to clarify the nature of the request, both in terms of the time duration and to ensure that it is a high need request. Perhaps most importantly, to ensure that the request will be in support of an overall plan to get more equitable vaccinations into the actual arms of the people who need them, including availability of clinic locations at times and days which are appropriate, and perhaps most importantly, in the places and manner to which the people need to access them. So a place-based approach to equity would be part of what we'd want to see as we move our response to this request. More practically, what I gather is sort of the desired approach is the way I would put it is we maximize our part-time employees and we drive, I would say, as close as we can to the 188 number, both by pulling off existing part-time employees that we can spare, but mostly by hiring new ones and hiring from our community and hiring aggressively to give people an opportunity to do a tour of duty that they will probably remember for the rest of their life, and they will get a paycheck while they're doing it. And to do that in a way that doesn't have a detriment to the city services that we're providing. Secondarily, some openness to providing some full-time employees, at least on a limited basis, if there's no significant impact to service delivery, but not a large number of full-time employees or full-time employees that would pull down on many of those services that were mentioned, especially the ones which are so critically just being restored. So really the strong preference for the part-time and only the full-time if that's more of a handful and is necessary to sort of bridge the gap. Finally, the desire to use our fire folks as well and to fully use our injector capacity to build out that clinic capacity, especially in those hard hit neighborhoods and areas, and also to get our own folks vaccinated. And then to make sure that the use of volunteers is where they are appropriate and probably trying to absorb them into nonprofits and other organizations rather than use them as the primary or even secondary response to the county's mutual aid, realizing the difficulty of managing volunteers, especially on an ongoing 5 or 6 month effort. So that's my 8-point attempt to summarize the sense of the meeting. I hope I got it reasonably close, but if I didn't, I'm open to additional feedback. But failing that, that's what we would take forward as the general direction and feedback from what we've heard. So back to you, Mr. Mayor, and a chance to respond to that directly.
Kip, thanks. I'll allow anybody to jump in at this time if they felt like Kip got anything wrong, but he usually doesn't. So, all right. I think we have a motion from Councilmember Esparza. Let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez? Jimenez? Morales?
Aye.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye, sorry.
Esparza? Yes. Yes. Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Going back to Jimenez? Marking absent.
Okay.
Text.
We've got a few minutes. Okay, we've got a few minutes left before a hard stop at 5:30. Let's go to 3.9, which is addressing homelessness through the duration of COVID pandemic item. And we'll take a hard stop at 5:30 and then return.
And Mayor, sorry, did you say, Tony, that you heard Councilmember Jimenez?
I did not hear him, but I
I did hear him, oddly enough, because I'm in the office next to him.
Oh, okay. So I'm marking yes. Thank you.
Okay, I guess
And he did say aye, yes.
by the transitive property, we have a vote. Okay. Let's take on 5.9 or 3.9 rather. I assume there's no presentation. This was Councilmember Peralta's memo. Is that right?
I thought we were to hear that concurrently. So
Was that? I don't.
Yes, Mayor, I think that item was heard by rules designated to be heard concurrently with 3.8, so that's the way we took it.
Okay.
That's
all
true.
right, good. I know the questions came up from Councilmember Peralta, but I wasn't sure if that was the official. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just make sure, Councilmember Peralta, you understood it that way then as well.
Yes, I did. Yep.
So
Okay,
it doesn't come
fantastic.
through. I guess I'm wondering.
Okay, then with our remaining minutes, we'll go to item 6.2, 1, which is the preliminary forecast on residential garbage and recycling rates, and we'll take a hard stop at 5:30.
Sorry, Mayor.
Hi, Carrie.
I had to
Welcome.
I had to find the right buttons super quickly. Hi, Carrie Romano, Director of Environmental Services. I'm joined this evening by Valerie Osmond. Valerie's our Deputy Director leading our solid waste efforts. And Rachel from Housing is also available to support any questions that emerge related to the rent control items. So today we're providing some additional information related to how we forecast our residential recycle plus, or what was referred to as recycle plus, our residential garbage and recycling rates. We're forecasting a single family dwelling rate increase of about 21%, which is quite large given the state of the economy and what's happening with COVID. So we wanted to bring that to council's attention early so that we could talk about the causes for that, and then assure council that we are working on options, although they are somewhat limited. But I also think it's important to appreciate what a great system we have. So not only do we do great environmental work, but remember that our solid waste contracts also require the living wage. So we do a great job providing social benefit as well. So when you look at the living wage requirements in our contract and then compare pricing to San Jose rates and neighboring city rates, we're always going to be higher because we have higher environmental standards and because we have higher social standards. Obviously, having said that, now is not the time to bring forward significant rate increases. But if we had not extended our contracts with the current haulers, we would have been facing significantly higher rate increases. And so just wanted to set that foundation as we talk about the rate increases and talk about kind of the options forward. So predominantly, Valerie and I are available for questions today. We do have a study session that we'll be bringing forward to rules. It's tentatively calendared for April 12th. And at that time, we'll talk about some of the requirements for SB 1383, the organics rule, and then also have some time to talk more about the contamination issue and how that's going forward. And then we'll bring forward the formal rate increase projections or proposals in the June timeframe. But as is noted in some of the council member and mayor memos, we do need to notice the community per Prop 218. I do need to send out rate notices at least 45 days prior to the rate hearing. So that leaves us around April 16th, 17th. I have to have those notices in the hands of the community. So they are maximum rate notices. They're not the final rate notice. Rate determination is not set until council adopts and approves them at those June hearings. So with that, Valerie and I are available for questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Let's go to the public first. Mr. Soto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Paul. We can hear you. I have a feeling you can't hear us, though. Let's see. Perhaps we'll go to Mr. Beekman and come back to Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto.
Hi, thank you. Hopefully Paul can make it back. Blair Beekman here. I guess first a thank you to Carrie Romanow. I just wanted to thank her for her work and her efforts and her job in environmental services. It was my understanding with this item she has offered there can be the ideas of subsidy programs. And I think this is an interesting concept for San Jose that I hope we can talk about more and become a regular part of our thinking. What are we going to do about the future of subsidy programs? They can offer a lot of help and a lot of tiered help for, certain income levels can pay a higher, bill price, whereas lower incomes can get a subsidy help. And yeah, it's a part of many city projects at this time, possibly. I hope we can talk more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try Mr. Soto again, see if this device is working a little better.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to what Blair was saying, these are the kinds of issues where equity is.
Mr. Soto, we're not hearing you right now. Mr. Soto?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Your voice cut out.
Okay, I understand. About 30 seconds left. Just we're normalizing equity with what Blair was talking about. That we're trying in this time of COVID to normalize the equity language, and the example that he gave was relevant to that. That even within garbage, we can start talking about equity and applying an equity lens and normalize in the way that we tax, normalize the way in which we allocate resources, normalize the way in which we allocate land use. And so we have to really get comfortable and normalize that by expanding the racial equity office and budgets itself. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've now hit our hard stop. And so we're going to resume council at 6:30. So give everyone a chance to get dinner and get ready for the remainder of the evening. Thank you, everyone.